Yeah. Excuse me. Some boxes over here. Some death boxes. See them? A little bit. So a whole lot of shield baggers right there. Dang. I can't even use that. I got a car and a rampage. Long range and close range. One or two times. I just pay about turbocharger. I mean, for the 109. I was just about to say, what are we just in the same game? And try to be. The nigga was close, touch. They was. Oh. Wait, I just marked a death box by accident? What the? I just marked a death box, bro. When a nigga die, they turn into a box. Somebody pop their up. Yeah, they right there in front of them. Wait, you see them already? They in the building throwing hands. Yeah. Yep. One on down, they got a self raise up inside. You got a self raise up in there. Somebody beat him down. Ain't no way they just let him pop self raise body. Down him. What you say, Jay? You say we move close? Alright, let's go. Yeah, I got it. Yup, somebody inside. Yo, right on the. You see him? I'm gonna stand back and watch. I'm gonna watch you right there. I see him. I see him. Hey. Yep. Ooh, what that almost hit you? You down there? You see? They inside. Somebody just died. Wanna push up? What you say? No, man, we ain't gotta push up. Yeah, they got red. They're shielding up inside. Yeah, he just got red. He got red. There's two of them in there. Smashed him. 97 more damage. Broke. I got purple. Appreciate it. Two enemy squads. Ugh. Wait, we might be in the same game. It's 3. Oh. Over there. This one got purple and yep, one got purple and the other one right here. Yeah. It's a gold on right. You imagine? Gold body one. I got a blue one. Wait, I still got a gray one. So they're trying to get behind us? Yep, they behind us. They behind us. This is one spot I saw. I saw them. Probably trying to take zip. Ow? No one just stayed back. That's all that was. Right? So that you took jump pad? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can. Blue thing boxing too. I'll take this one back here then. It's on this side too. Purple knockdown. Oh, you. Oh, one back here. Oh, no, it's not fun. Here. I look it over. Look it over there. Yeah. I'm on my way. Yeah, don't fool. Man, I can't even move. Jesus, man. Man, kill me with a Kraber, bro. Yeah, I like how they be getting these loot drops, bro. Every time we look for a loot drop, it'll never be the Kraber, bro. You Rampart, bro. Niggas like that, like the bust open doors on both sides. They are annoying. Now I should be able to hear the game and what's happening.
Ready for this dance? I lead. He's your champion. Come get some. Move it or die.
His teammate got 3 kills and he got 1,000 some.
Knew it would fall to me eventually.
Yeah, we need different games for sure. Our kill leader had one had 3 kills with a Wraith and the other one had 1,300 with a Bangalore. Now we jumping out of it.
Let's show these fools what veterans know about. No lag. It's on. First blood.
Sorry. I know you found a car if you don't use it. Ooh, car right here. I need this site. Ain't nobody land over here?
I'll take it, mate.
Man, what the? Let us have been. Okay. Let us have landed directly up there. I'll be some niggas up there. I'm good on that. I'm mad. I just need to what's name. Like, blue shields everywhere up here. Bro, there's so many of them. Dude. Mm-hmm. Yo, they're playing. Alright. Here I come. Here I come. Come back. Fall back that way. It just fall back that way. Oh, okay. I was gonna sit up. Ooh.
Extended life mag here. Level 2. Recharging my shields. Ring close in 45. Very quick. You died, sort of.
Must have just landed or something. Sniper sight, yeah. No, 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 no. It ain't. It ain't. I need sniper. I need a different sniper then if I'm gonna use the heavy mag because I want it. I'm just gonna keep the charge. I need a sniper sight though. Huh. On the other side.
Things moving and we're all outside.
Over there.
Let's try this way. Cool?
All right, but
Up the script. That's sure.
I just started seeing it. I don't see that. He said, "What's that?" Uh, I ain't got no name. Man said, "Ball head right up there." Nigga.
New kill leader. Bet they used a random bug for them shots.
I'm seeing that. I'm just gonna have to use it 2 times on this. Would you need it 1 times? I got it 1 time, but I don't matter. I can use it. Well, circle. Oh, I ain't that far, but it's. Yo, what up, Sebastian? What's AJ? Huh? What's AJ? I can't hear you. You said, am I streaming? No, no, no. Wait, I think not. I mean, because I'm streaming on through Xbox, not through my PC. Sebastian, bro. Oh, shit, I'm not. I mean, I'm gonna stream. Ah! Hey, man, you made me laugh, though, bro. Hey, but Sebastian, cool, though. Not much. What's up with you?
Wow, we've got a new kill leader. I love this place.
It's a care package kind of close to us, kind of. See the light for it. 9 squads, bro. This is just first circuit closing, bro. I guess we just gonna have to get used to this, bro. Yo, we need episode 2. Yeah, we're gonna make episode 2. We're just not gonna play Minecraft every day, though. We're gonna make it episode. We're gonna do the episodes like a day in, probably 2 days out, and then the next episode or something. I'm trying to work on the schedule. To be honest, I've seen a couple videos recently, and I just gotta have a schedule. Everybody talking about make a schedule, so I gotta make a schedule. So you guys can know what to expect. Yo, what up, Mr. Official? Oh shit, somebody been here. I'm just walking, carefree, and this talking. This is 2 times in that box I just passed.
Multiplying hits.
Oh, Spitfire, where? So I missed the care package? I was legit walked right past it. Yeah, I'm gonna put the toy rifle down and keep the Spitfire in. Yeah. It's stable just like one.
Love me and let me.
Yeah. Are you gonna get it? Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Yeah, man.
Thanks.
Yeah, them niggas out there fighting in the distance. Yo, right here, bro. They know we here. They know we here.
I'm cover for you,
Yep,
boss.
they know we here. They just pop. I just put some shields down. Minigun going down. Right here. Right on our right, bro.
Here. Right in front.
Wait, what the? Man, what the hell, bro? We didn't stand a chance. What the? What the hell? Bro, are you. What? Bro, what the? What the hell is happening? I'm seeing from his point of view as if I'm him now, bro. What the? Bro. No, bro. No, I'm not spectating, bro. It's not spectating. This is broken. I am literally acting as if I'm him. It's like I'm spectating, but I don't know what the hell is going on, bro. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave it alone. I don't know what the hell just happened right there. Man, just swap personalities. Look like, bro, literally just rushed over it immediately. I don't know how he got over there that fast. That man got off for real. You got off the game for real, Jay? Mm. Maybe I'll come back live on me y'all game. Mm. All right, no, anyway. I mean, y'all love me, y'all. For me, I'll be having fun. Even though we lose, I'll be having fun. You don't necessarily gotta win at every game to have fun. Winning just isn't the best thing in it. Hmm? Yeah, I just enjoy playing the game, making TikToks, bro. Stuff they gonna, actually last, give me fame or something. Yeah, like legit, right? Like I ain't even gotta win all of them. As long as I come, like if I give it a good fight, bro, I'm good. Yeah, I ain't like it at first either. I deleted it. I played it for like a good week and then deleted it. Yeah, and then I came back a year later and now I like it. So I want this man right here. Fire. Too bad. I don't even know what it is either, bro, because I've never done it or care to do it. Oh, my bad. Mm. What map we on? We still on King? Yeah, we on King's King. King's trash. That sound like a Young Mac 10 type of song. It sound like he made that, bro. For real. Yeah. Who's the new guy? Oh, that's TJ. One of the guys we play with. It's like it's about like 10 of us. Ain't it about like 10 of us now? Or more. Ain't about like 10 of us that play the game. Yeah, we deep. Yeah, yeah, but that'll be so nice. That'll be too nice, bro.
Ever feel the freedom of soaring through the sky?
Who I'm finna use? I'm gonna use Ash. Who am I gonna use? I wanna use Lobo and Watson Ash.
I don't settle.
I'm getting
I'm
this.
not made that way.
He's not new. He's a regular. He doesn't play the game much as a play this specifically. He's just talking about TJ. B, I'm sad.
I'm the jump master. Survive for free fall.
Oh, that was Aaron. Aaron asking who TJ was.
Show no mercy.
Woo! I'm going there.
My next location.
Nigga, Big was fighting directly in front of us. Towards us. I mean, in that direction. Well, again, clips. There's a purple mag up in here.
Hope it's I been here.
I need a gun that can. Oh, I threw my ammo down. I just realized it. Now I gotta go back and scoop it up. Hopefully, and then when y'all niggas scoop it. Y'all see some energy? I mean, some light. Light. I must drop it over here. Somewhere over here. God damn. I got the. They over here, y'all. They over toward their wave, y'all trying to get into a fight. Over toward their way.
Moving here. Follow me.
Alright. Might catch a nigga coming through. Somebody just took zip over there, coming toward you. Oh, yeah, done.
My threat is prepared. Do not slow me down. We're close to the ring. We have 1 minute.
I ain't got that money. I don't want to fight nobody.
We have 30
I
seconds.
need, I need light ammo. What is this? Oh, they're from DJ.
I'm crafting.
They told me to invite him. Yo, DJ saying invite him, y'all.
The ring is coming.
I don't see that nigga name. I think he talking about to the party or something. Oh no, he was in, I'm tweaking. He's in the party already. Yeah, I'm tweaking. I know. It ain't about my dude. Inside. You see them nigga, bro? Them nigga diamonds, bro. These niggas are diamonds, bro.
Enemy location.
Look at that stream. And some platinum streams.
Care package.
I did. I got a bow and arrow, and I ain't need arrows. I only needed the light ammo. Why you don't like other randoms? Randoms be beefing with randoms. I girl want to be nice. They just stopped putting our 301s on the ground for me. Ooh. You go with the 7. What you call it? You probably call it by some like another word than we call it. There's a very cute. Down lower. A stranger got disconnected. There we go. Man, wish I could snatch his shield off his body. He said he gotta go piss. Then if he gotta go pee, he finna be back in 2 seconds. But don't wash your hand. I'm gonna come straight from out of there. Like not having, I got a great shield, man. I should have looked at the damn shield. Storm. Oh, so you lose. That nigga finna fly. Sell us. Boy finna beat him down as soon as he get out there. And look where you gotta fly to. Okay, Lord. Oh, R301. Say less. Nah, I got the car already. Um, there's a car right here. Somebody want.
Our SMG here.
You get no marks. You get no marks for no people. There's 6 squads though. I got a R301 and a bow and arrow. So shit. I'm talking about it. Mhm. I hear people shooting, but I don't know where they're coming from. Put it down. What you mean? You don't want to play with it? Put it down then. How you saw that? Oh, whoa! Somebody just tried to hit me. I'm a little ugly, man. Oh no, it's a nigga up here, bro.
Enemy in the distance. Opening fire. I shot an enemy shield.
Yep, hit him with the bow and arrow. Beat him down. Downed it.
I'm under fire.
You got a teammate. Your teammate above you. You got purple.
Moving here.
Somebody else. Somebody else. Somebody else on my right. Somebody else on my left. I mean,
Shields are depleted.
they just rushed me, man. Oh my god, I should have ported out.
Fox 37 payload.
Yeah, they rushed me. They were from behind. I'm behind you, Lord. If you do this, well, you probably need to him. You rushing you. You rushing you. Oh. Cause they ego challenge, Lord. Finish, Lord. I'm down here, moving out the way. Man, I'm sick of this, bro. I'm finna put these headphones off and I'm gonna have to be guessing what y'all saying, cause this right here ain't gonna do. I need to hear these niggas. I went from hearing everything to not hearing nothing. Cause I got these headphones on and I'm in party with y'all. And I usually run with speakers. I gotta go get it out of there. Ugh. Oh, you use Horizon? No. I'm trying to see what the hell it is. Look like it's over, dude. I beat 2 of them niggas. I beat 2 of them niggas up, bro. I was down one and broke the other one with the purple one. Then it was niggas pulled up behind me. I should have worked out instead of trying to heal. Oh, I didn't know they were gonna slide on me like that. And I didn't hear them either. Should blame the Lord. we know you don't know. That's all I know. AR would be nice, you know. Free R. Kelly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I had muted by accident. My dumb ass been talking the whole time. Yeah, they're freaking nigga. Yeah, hey, him, nigga. Appreciate that, bro. Keep it, bro. The system, bro. I just needed it. Mm. Gang, 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 gang. Change lane. It better not be no drop right here. I'm finna be hurt. Oh, I'm gonna fill out the map. Why you told to listen to that bot?
My ultimate is ready. We move on my mark.
This is in a minute. Pretty far. So 45 seconds and rings fire. Move.
Hey, four.
A new kill leader. We have our target.
Y'all ain't seen it 3 times or nothing like that. You seen it 3 times, Lord. You seen it 3 times anyway.
You're outside the ring. Get going.
Hey, little dude, ain't gotta tell me that many times. I get it. I get it. I was say that better be y'all flying. I see y'all niggas moving a little too fast. Gotta be y'all. Havoc, Havoc Junior. That's all I know. Havoc Junior. I don't know that real name.
Standing by for care package.
God, I am not trash. I beat anybody down. I just need the equipment to do so. They don't give it to me. I can't do it. Actually, you the triple take.
Half the squads remain. The field has been cleared, and the true test begins.
There we go. 2 times better than that one. Like I said, niggas, if I get shot, they gonna come out all this because I got grade. Them niggas gonna get the push. Y'all get shot in this little game, they gonna come at y'all too.
Evo shield here.
So yes.
Divs.
I just came out of this. Oh no, I didn't. I ain't going there. Man said, anyways. Bro, I just realized I don't see any death boxes, bro. I don't see any death boxes. I don't understand this, bro. I would see death boxes, bro. Shit, that's how I know where to run to. When the niggas put death boxes on the ground, I know they there. I don't see a single death box. Died in lag game. Y'all see niggas jumping.
Enemy far.
They ain't right
Careful
there.
to slip
They're in
away.
the distance behind there. Glide.
Round two. Beginning ring countdown. Attention. Supply ship inbound. Attention. Delivery replicator.
Replicator incoming.
That somebody up above us. Somebody up above us.
Taking fire.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Charging on my shield. Hello? Healing.
The dude is above us, bro. I'm sick of him.
Recharging shields.
He's down smoke. Nigga up above us, though, bro. He right there. I see him. I see him.
Crack a movie. Bandit down. Reloading.
I'm where he was now. This is a little stupid little spot, but I kind of dig it. I ain't got stick drift no more. I ain't got to worry about walking on the edge.
The ring's close by.
Yeah, I got my new controller. I'm hearing feet of the jaw. That nigga got crypto.
Incoming.
The shields.
He said, we can't just.
30 seconds before the ring closes. Use it well.
Know that nigga at. Where here?
Confirmed splash on whole squad.
I'm finna watch that, watch the respawn beacon, because
Warning. In progress.
We're outside the ring. Move unless you want to get barbecued.
I need a long range sight. There's 2 times and I'll cut it.
Care package being delivered.
Care package coming down.
What? Toggle, bro. Toggle. Please say toggle, not Dougal. Oh no. Stop. Toggle. This nigga. That man say Toggle every time.
Alert 5, Valkyrie on station. We are go for burn. Main engine burn.
Yes, bro. The man winning the air.
A safety information card is not located in your seat pocket. Just 4 bullets. You'll be fine. Got ourselves an end out there. Bogey in my crosshairs. Under fire. Broken enemy shield. Last one down.
I ain't got it.
Recharging shields.
Random for real. This nigga's a random for real.
One sec.
It's another team there is fighting.
Ring's close and we've still got a minute.
Target acquired. There.
Later, champ.
Appointed. New kill leader. Someone had to show you your place.
The black guys came from over here, so that mean they're over here. I got one assist. I ain't got a kill.
Sweet. Inside the next ring.
Care package coming. Don't forget to shoot. Repairing damages.
Somebody just got brought back.
Coming to phase 10.
We could cruise over here.
My ultimate is prepared. Do not.
Oh, you can get up there, though, Lord.
Get ready, squad. Get bandit here.
We're close. Target spotted. Opening fire.
Don't tell anyone now.
Someone had to show you your place.
You got purple? You got red?
Down to 30 seconds. Rings just a little further.
Oh, shouldn't have slid.
10 seconds and the ring's just ahead.
They on the meet?
Watch out, dears. Body nearby. They're shooting at me.
Woo! Right here, bro.
Enemy far off. Cutting the phase tear. Shields are depleted. I'm under fire.
Niggas on the roof.
Recharging shields.
Slapping me up.
Firing. Reloading. /1. Bogey down.
Nice one, nice one. Pushing up over there where you at, up. So we want gang bang.
Taking fire. Nading.
Exactly what I just said. They was gonna do gang bang. Inside.
Not so fast. Reloading. Recharging shields.
Alright. Don't get him up, don't get him up.
Lest we be unworthy.
Shields recharging. Have 30 seconds. Prepare. The entire squad falls.
Down to us or them.
Reloading. This will bind them.
I just slid on that nigga's over. That slide was on another level, bro. That slide was so beautiful. I slid in slow motion was like, I ain't got no but 2 kills that game. I think that 2 kills. Yep, oh, that 3. That's it. Hell no. Barely seen a nigga that game. Yeah, you don't finna say that bitch up. I'm sick of not hearing nothing. I like to hear niggas. I'm finna disconnect. When I get my sticks. Disconnect. Alright. Get out there, be. Set this right here. Yep. Disconnect that. Yep.
get some bomb pots together.
So what am I doing? We finna do some 1v1 basically. Not really 1v1 is everybody fighting each other basically. This is how we warm up every game before the stream get started. We fight each other. It's ingenious. You know? It's ingenious. Right now I'm trying to connect to the party so I can hear these niggas again. I swapped it over to Xbox so you guys can hear them as well. What was that? I mean, on my computer to do what it's gonna do, because oh my god, it's taking forever. Whenever whenever it decides it want to connect, I can get started.
Recharging shields. Recharging shields.
What do you niggas say? I hit the wall. That's crazy.
Taking fire.
Oh, the fuck, man! You gotta wait 10 seconds. It's not. What is that? That done.
Time to buy.
Oh, impossible. Oh, come on, man. I need to hurry connect to the party so I can actually get in there. Can't tell what the fuck going on.
Taking fire. These bombs aren't. I'm down. Enemy down.
Oh, the trade is nice.
Opening fire. Under fire. Enemy down. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Just using a Phoenix kit. Charging on my shields.
Damn, I'm gonna beat you down, Lord. You can't hear me though.
I'm under fire. Down.
Charging on my shields.
Target down. Recharging my shields.
Need to recharge my shields. Recharging my shields.
Actually, I thought I had my ult.
I need shields. Enemy black market here. They shouldn't leave their things lying around. Welcome to the shop. I've got just the thing for you.
Charging on my shields.
Throwing jump.
Why is this thing not loading, bro? It's not loading up the party.
Taking fire. Jump drive in position. Taking fire. I'm down.
I'm shot by two of them niggas. Wait, that one nigga just beat me up like that.
Good to be back. I downed an enemy.
Recharging shields.
I'm in trouble. Recharging my shields.
I need help. Recharging my shields.
Damn it.
Getting shot at.
Fucking Max.
I need help. Shields recharging.
No, this is what's now. This is Burlington College.
Some flankers shooting at me. Hold on. Charging my shields.
Man, what? Impossible! Okay, let's switch it up then.
These ties bind.
What? Oh my god, bro, that is so annoying. Can't even pull out my gun. What the fuck? I can't pull out my gun, bro.
Recharging shields.
Bogey here.
Can't pull out my gun.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
Enemy is right here. Let us move here.
Oh,
Bleeding out.
Charging on my shield.
oh no. There we go. Mhm.
Unveil.
Recharging shields. One sec.
I downed it. Shields are recharging. I'm taking fire. I'm recharging my shields. Need to compose myself. Antagonist down. Taking a beat to heal. Shields are recharging. See through the veil.
I didn't hit that.
Recharging shields.
Taking a beat to heal. An open heart sees clearly. Drawing back the veil. Enemy down.
That nigga in the middle.
I'm taking fire.
Oh, I got it. Why that though? That's crazy.
Unveil yourself.
Oh. All right.
Recharging my shield.
Your veil will fall. I'm recharging my shields.
fucking Seer be so good and useless at the same time, bro.
Bleeding out.
What? Okay.
Was awesome. It's go time.
Got it.
Here comes the old knuckle cluster. Launching me knuckle cluster. Drone's gone down. Being shot at. Deploying me knuckle cluster. Serving them a knuckle cluster. Recharging the shield. Down. Defending.
Bullet now.
Charging on my shields.
Knuckle cluster out.
Shields recharging.
Here comes the old knuckle cluster. Being shot at.
Niggas are trash, man. Shoot in the bag.
Recharging shields.
Deploying me knuckle cluster. Enemy down. Stand back, knuckle cluster. Down. Fair income shot though.
Couldn't leave so many treasures behind. Tossing jump drive.
Shields recharging.
Taking fire.
These niggas got first off, bro, in a way.
So many treasures behind.
Yep, I'm just gonna disconnect that from that. Yo, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Oh, yeah, I'm playing. I'm the one playing A, but every time I spawn back in, I'm getting shot. Hell no, we ain't finna talk about that. God forbid that. I think the one playing. We both of y'all shoot at me together and shit. Damn right, they don't play. I can. I know. I said I'm low. That's one of her abilities. I ain't got that bit highlighted for nothing.
Recharging shields. I'm down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Putting up some amped cover.
What?
I'm down.
How did I lose that?
Using my Phoenix kit.
Tossing up some amped cover. Wait, firing. Down.
Mm-hmm.
Time to bind you. Enemy down.
Ability to take too damn long. Fuck back.
Taking fire.
Damn well you didn't.
Repairing damages.
Let's talk.
Recharging shields.
Shut the hell up, Lloyd. Stop fucking talking. Just stop. Sick of this man. You nigga. Pickle my pickle. Oh huh? Alright.
My ultimate is ready. We move on my mark.
Put up. Me? I'm not even over there. That's him over there. I'm up here on you. What you talking about?
Taking fire.
Feel like it don't.
I'm down.
I did grab the right character, right? Yeah, I grabbed the right character.
I've been
That
down.
damn good hit. Different. I know what I'm finna do.
Amped cover for you, mate.
What?
Delicately.
Nah. Okay. I can't admit. I can't admit.
Recharging on my shields.
Now I'm over here. I need a closer range sight. That ain't finna do me no good. Yeah.
I downed an adverse. Recharging my shields.
I ain't say I'll beat you down. I'm seeing your ass down.
Taking a moment to heal up.
I'm trying to follow.
I'm down.
The day. Maybe.
change site. And it don't take no time to recharge. Ugh.
Recharging shields.
All kind of help. Let me shut down. I don't have to do all that. You want to hit for 10? No. No.
Recharging shields. I am repairing myself.
I have to reload. Yo!
Giving my shields a recharge.
I'm using a Phoenix kit, pal.
The enemies are shooting at me. Giving my shields a recharge. Setting up a zipline. Here I go.
Hell, they're gonna reach now. I'm not even here, bro. Trying to kill your move.
Charging up my shield.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Using grapple. Giving my shields a recharge.
He said, "Put it together." Damn, this is like, oh, oh, oh.
Enemy giving my shields a recharge. Repairing.
Oh my god. This nigga is terrible. Get his ass and beat down and beat his out of it.
Save the day. Fire on the enemy.
No! Pathfinder kind of nice. He kind of good. Hey, bro, I'm not. That's you. No one else knows no more. This nigga president. No! I ain't gonna lie. Pathfinder kind of nice. Hell yeah. I like this nigga now. Hell no. Pathfinder kind of nice. Shoot. Look, mm-hmm. 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 Oh, Lord.
Recharging shields.
I missed. That's all it is. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it.
Recharging shields.
Run for your life.
Charging up my shields.
Damn.
Been downed.
Them bitches ain't reverse. Them bitches ain't reverse. I just need a different gun. You're not hitting steady, ain't hitting hard enough. You're trying to get a hard hit.
I'm under fire.
Like you just ran over when I just said I'm finna go over it. You a funny ass kid, my boy. You are funny. You are very funny. Damn, what's the name? Yeah. Tired of having your ass on that floor. Let it happen first. Let it happen first. Shield seal. That's what I need. I got none. The whole fight I ain't had none. They don't put that big thing down.
Recharging shields.
Ass up there. Yeah, he up there. You bitch.
Just a sec. Healing up.
Dude, hold on. What the hell is different? What is this? Shotgun shit. You gotta have them bitches charged.
Shields recharging.
Damn, Mozambique might be the best shotgun. Probably reset too fast. I did the same thing. That when I had went over there to Lloyd and marked him, and you shot me in the back. He ran away like a little bitch. I'm trying to get him to kill me. He said, ran away. Yeah, you just gotta get down. You gotta get down. And change your character. You know what I mean?
Charging up my shields.
I'm under fire. Found by my
That missed you!
down.
That missed you! What gun is that? What gun is that?
Charging up my shields.
Slapping y'all niggas. Had to get something less stupid.
Finding them.
Get harder than that bolt, I tell you that. Try to see what the bolt can do. That bitch can't do nothing. It's useless. Right here. Oh, damn, you know these niggas want it. How dare you?
Enemy down.
Boy got sauce on. He got sauce on. I know damn well. I bet. I don't care. Running ass nigga right here. Look at him running.
Enemy down.
My neighborhood now. Yeah, my neighborhood now. own self, you dummy. And you got folded. Mm. Oh, hell no, nigga. You stop. Hell no. Hell no. Stop pushing up after them 10 seconds up, you little bitch. I just got crushed! No! Shut up. Shut up. I ain't see nothing. I ain't see nothing. There was nothing to see. Let me see slide. Crushed by the damn side, bro. Man said that's a thing, bro. Yeah, that's a thing. Get crushed by the sign. It is one tap you KO.
Enemies are shooting at me.
Who is this man shooting at me? How the hell I get? Man, TJ ain't even in here, you faggot. I got Pathfinder. Didn't even get that nigga. Look.
I am taking fire, friends.
I need some fucking heals. I ain't got no heals. This for your ass, you sound like that. I don't feel like that. You sound like that. You tell me you ain't been treating her right.
My ultimate is ready. Get ready. It's zipline time. The enemies are shooting at me.
His man got stuck on nothing. They got baby in, man. What your 10 seconds in, bitch? I was doing the 10 seconds. You and TJ both started shooting me in the back. Oh, hell no. Stop the count. Stream even saw it. Because I told them what I was doing. Hell no. Nigga, I started doing that. You and TJ kept busting me up. When I kept coming back, I was like, well, fuck it then. Damn, if I can hit a shot with this bitch, shot with it, it'll be nice. Oh, shit. She'll do good. I can just do that.
Pop in the chimney. Pop in the chimney.
Off up.
Hold up. Healing.
That man, this is,
Recharging shield.
that nigga,
Give my shields a
you
good
are
time.
trash. You are trash, bug. This nigga just went up, man. Oh my god.
Patching up.
Beat down. Green lantern.
I need to use this Phoenix kit.
Give me a sec. Recharging shields.
Hell no, hold on. Look up there. Blah, 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 blah. What the?
Got me.
You Mr. Lloyd? You can't be on high ground? I'm so surprised. flatline, 'cause that's what you got. Yep. I realize what that is. Ooh, I hit that man for 7, dude.
Enemy taken down.
Oh, I knocked you. Wait, no, I didn't. You reset, you little bitch. Why didn't tell me then? Let me say nothing about like you done?
Charging my shields.
Damn, I feel.
Charging my shields. Crap, I'm down.
See what big budget bro talking him. I'm going to take some bullets.
Charging on my shields.
Taking fire, brothers. Shield up.
Oh,
No good.
I actually like that nigga a little bit. I need a different sight though for that gun, so I can see through the
Charging
shit.
on my shields.
Is it though? Is it though?
Going to phase.
Where you at, man? I need to just airball so hard. I so. No. This nigga's a bitch, man. This nigga running.
Shields.
Ugh. I know, I seen it. I'm finna go to the flatline and beat it again. Bro, what? Yep, I'm finna go to the flatline. Stop playing.
One sec. Healing up.
Where did they go?
Another variable for the lab rats. Adding another gap.
Recharging shields.
Let it go through. What? Like, what gun is that, bro? I really need to get a gun that's stronger than this. Your gun's strong, but it's a good secondary, not a good primary. Cause this primary right here ain't it. The 30-30. Motherfucker's strong.
One sec. Healing up.
It ain't primary material. No heels. It look like heels. Yeah, that'd be good. Knees hurting. Oh. Man, get up there! Shut up! It was tricky.
Enemy down.
Shit. No sight. Yep, man, I need not the gold sight, the gold, what's the name? I said really, I ain't got no gold attachment for the stop. Keep down, no.
Let's put you in a bind.
Oh, circle, wait. Up, 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 up.
Recharging shields.
Lifting the veil.
No! Oh shit! You're down too. Well,
Charging on my shields.
you are.
One sec. Healing up.
I didn't know. That's the thing. Ain't that beautiful? Go ahead. Keep down. Almost lost is and lost are two different things.
Need to compose myself.
You lost. You was on the ground. That's the difference between almost lost and did lose. You know? Just let you know. That's the difference. It's a strong difference. All these damn explosions I keep hearing.
Unveil yourself.
I didn't hit the ground.
I'm taking fire.
Playing there first.
I'm recharging my shields.
You're doing things that don't make sense. Over here, Lord. I said he gotta compose it. Oh my god. Pride, oh my god.
Offering my heart.
I like how you follow me. Oh, composing a gun. Talking about composing a gun. I had to compose a gun.
Recharging shields.
I just and I got demon man. I got demon time.
Shields are low. Recharging them.
One bullet just clipped me. Oh. Show ass.
Down.
Them motherfuckers beating you? Yeah, you talking about? I'm choking you out.
Taking fire. These bonds aren't easily broken.
Come here. Saber, you lose to that, bro. You are not nice. You are terrible.
Charging on my shields.
I'm having fun. That's the thing. Just like Stop it!
Recharging my shields.
Stop missing it. How they doing? Buckeye. What it's trying to do?
Scanning the area.
Real baby.
Recharging my shields.
Yeah, I had to get out of that little animation. What now, nigga? That's the nigga. Oh, bitch.
Marking our surroundings.
This motherfucker, this one.
I am falling.
So that's, she said it's fine. Well, it did. Well, they one tap. There's somebody behind you, shoot that bitch. Knees are hurting.
My ultimate is charged and
I gotta
good
beat
to
you
go.
down. I gotta beat you down a couple more times. Oh, my damn triple take. Triple take all game. 3 times. Wait, what, 2 to 4 can go here? Oh, the 2 to 4 can. Who's that?
Engaging the enemy.
I need you.
I downed an adversary. Just topping up my shields.
He got fucking close. He got fucking close. Oh, shoot that bitch.
I is down. Just topping up my shields.
That's fine. Yeah. Nigga, you trying not to shoot me. You wanted that came over here. And came direct beside me and started shooting him. You are worst. You are the worst. Oh my god. You! Go ahead, back on the ground. Ain't on the ground?
An enemy down. Quitting for an electrical engineer.
There's no way towards it. Be down. How pull back and then run forward. That's called
Recharging my shields.
like that.
I'm in trouble.
You know it. Fast down, my yo. Who hitting plays? Oh, you did me the same way. What are you talking about?
I downed an enemy.
Oh my god. Oh no, I have not. Chat even knows what happened. I'm streaming this. You can go check the stream, bro. Go check the stream, please. Please do it. Please. We got evidence, my boy. Why didn't come back a couple minutes so you can see this nigga? Y'all will light me up as soon as I get in. I was literally looking at y'all, run away from y'all, taking the bullets, and that's why I was shield swapping. Cause I'm like, I know these niggas see me down here, legit just died. I come back in and get beat down. You haven't spawn shooting. I know I've been spawn shooting. I had to start spawn shooting because them niggas would light me up. I'm finna let them niggas that keep doing that, and I'm playing by the rules and they not. Hell no, it don't work like that. You seen me do it first. Well, I got video proof. Y'all seen me do it first. I don't know how. I don't know why. Hold on. Let me go and clip. Let me go and see if I can crop this. I gotta save it though. I might end the stream before I can do it. It's gonna be up though. It's gonna be up, bro. I got video proof. YouTube my line. Yo, what up, Carter? The video proof was showed him soon as you spawn. I mean, don't mean chat can't be wrong. You, bro, yes you can. Okay. No, I didn't say X chat. If I had to say X chat, I would have said X chat. No the hell. I said check the video. So I didn't say I got. Why would I say I got video proof? What does video proof mean? I mean, come on now, make sense. Let it make sense now. Don't lie to me. That shit not working.
Negating all incoming artillery. Sweet sound.
Ain't no lie. I'm not gonna hear it right here. Oh, hey, I folded then. If I had to say check chat, I would have said check chat. I said check video. Didn't say chat, because I know chat will take your side or will take anybody's side. That's what I'm looking. But I gotta go and clip that shit. Hell yeah, I got to. Gotta clip my name. I don't like this. I'm black. I don't like the lie though. Yeah. So when him and TJ was in the game, y'all didn't see them niggas. Y'all didn't see me get down. And then I get up and run away from them niggas while getting shot. But didn't shoot back at them. Y'all didn't see that. I'm here. Explosions I keep hearing. You said, yo, what's on stream tomorrow? Hell yeah, what's on stream tomorrow? Apex ain't getting it like it was. Apex is made for TikTok. I don't take that long. That's why I ain't downloading it either. Think about it. I don't know. I'm thinking about it too. I'm thinking about it too. You must have got one on. I got one on him.
Using the Phoenix kit.
96 hours. Still not done. Alright. What are you trying to play? This man, you ate burgers every day. Supposed to be. Tired of that, man. Tired of here. You gotta go get heavy on that. Heavy. Pushing P. Playing perks. What perks? Let it be something new. Oh, that's a mongoose. Damn, that is new. Damn, that ain't what I want though. I ain't heavy no more. Yeah, bro. It'll be nice. Hell no, we ain't not putting the entire debt on there. Hell no. Last time I checked, I had 8 hours. I mean, 8 more gigabytes to go. So it's gonna take like 7 hours. Okay, bet. He talking about his over here. What's that? Yo, you wanna play? What you wanna play? Mm, I'm finna download it right now. I was finna delete Battlefield today, but I was like, shit, since we both got Battlefield, we might well just run one match on it or something. But I don't feel like playing. I bet then. Bet. I bet. Yeah, Battlefield, big as hell, man. What, Battlefield or Warzone? Warzone like 80. Oh, Battlefield like 100. Hell no, 2,000, nigga. That's 2 terabytes. As soon as I hop on, I'm changing my settings to the best. I'm gonna hop on and see what I'm talking about. Warzone? Yeah, I think he's talking about Warzone. Oh, he talking about Battlefield. He talking about Battlefield. Car. Yeah, yeah, check. Yeah, I had a thing. I got home. Girl came there. First of all, her ass was out. I don't even think she went to school. I don't know who she was right. Oh, what? Mm-hmm. Chainsaw. I might delete Apex then. And fucking what's name? Just doing that. Hey, bro. Yeah, yeah. For real, I don't feel like going to the gym right now. I don't feel like going either, honestly. I'll let you, right? Wait, where you going? I went to sleep on you last night. To the gym. Bro, you just said you feel like going, though. Yeah. This is not going to go. You don't feel like going to work, you still go, don't you? Yeah. I'm sick of niggas, man. These Warzone clips. Oh my god. But anyway, whatever. I got 6 more hours with 88 out of 97 gigabytes. How much storage does your game have? In all, I have no idea. I can't remember. But how much storage you got right now? It got 24 gigabytes free. I think I might delete Apex for a day and download Fortnite and delete Battlefield and get Warzone. Cause I got a working controller now. I could probably play Fortnite again. Yeah, yeah, boy, I should be out here making moves, sniping niggas with no problems. Mm-mm. I don't. Ain't gotta worry about stick drift taking over. Yeah. So why you got Among Us on Xbox? Hey man, I got Among Us on all platforms. Ain't no wrong with that. What we playing? What we playing? All right, man. I'm running my sniper. And then he get on Apex and stay on there for 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. Said taking up storage. That game ain't big. It's like some megabytes. It's some megabytes, bro. It's some megabytes. It ain't even a gigabyte. It ain't even small, so I ain't gotta delete. That just like, yeah, just like Terraria. That's why I ain't never delete Terraria. They don't matter. I can delete. If I, hell no, I don't want to talk about Rush right now. Man, so Rush so crazy, good, man. Hey, nigga. That's green for me too. Look. Ah, ah. I just ran out in the open and got slapped immediately almost. Bro. Why do you niggas ever the way? I can't get you up, boy. I can't get you up. I can't get you up. Them niggas beating me down. They shooting at me. They shooting at me. They shooting at me. Oh, fuck. Okay. See if I get in. Alright, you know. Ah! That nigga saw me. He's sniping. No, he's sniping. He's on assault. Look at him, he's moving so fast. Bro, the crackers on here. Look at him! Get up! Why did you ball over there? Yo, you see him? I got I got him. Why did you?
Heck of a shot. Down another. Gotta reload. Should be okay now.
This nigga just came up to the outside window and shot in, bro. How smart is that, bro? That is not smart. Oh, he didn't slide through it. That nigga shoot through it. Aiming through it. Is you ready? Oh, he's still right there, bro. I'm not standing for this. Bleed out, bro. I bled out. I'm swapping loadies. I'm swapping loadies, bro. I'm not standing for these niggas just doing that. Swapping to my LMG class. So I can run this big thumper. This right here ain't making no sense to me. Yeah. Oh no, bro. I hate it too. Should I bleed out? medic like you, bro. You gotta save these niggas' lives. So much.
We have lost half our forces. You must work together.
Got a nigga down behind you. Down on the same side. Go, nigga.
Just a moment.
I don't know. He's at the window waiting for somebody to sneak. Oh my god. Ah. I'm down there, boy. Complete squad away. Wait, did I get complete squad away? Or did they get a squad? Yeah, I got one. This nigga laying down with a flamethrower on my body, bro. I hate this nigga so much, bro. Bro. I ain't gonna make it. I hate this so much. What?
Anybody hear me? I need help.
This is why they game will not be called. This is why. The kill time, bro. The kill time is ridiculous. Yes. They're like they know where you at before you know where they at. 100% of the time. Let me try to snipe, bro. Just lay down and try to snipe. It will not work out for me. This is terrible, bro. You probably need to do some snipe. Snipe, I need to lay down. Or you. Get this shit off my console. Get this shit off my console, bro. I'm not putting up with this nigga. Yeah, I'm still streaming. Getting rid of this shit. I'm streaming. Don't care nothing about it. They talking about watch some true horror story or something like that. The Marvelous Miss Maisel. Yeah, I got it. I got it to where it's not deleted. I changed it around so y'all can see everything that I'm saying right after I see it. Warzone back. Hopefully Warzone fun now. Since I got my controller. Warzone got but 90 gigs. Ain't gonna take my Warzone that long. Probably gonna take my Warzone 2 hours to download. We could be on Warzone today. What time it is? 4:56. I might not be able to hop on in 2 hours. I got my meeting, And let me see. It'll be afterwards, and I'll probably be able to start the stream back up by that time. But, who? I don't even know who that is. Their name? Who? No, I don't. I don't watch like professional gamers who do like game videos. Oh, I thought they thought their name sounded like. I don't know. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. I don't really watch like, too much. Okay, you're moving at 70 megabytes per second. They say it's gonna take 3 hours, but I think that's wrong. It's gonna go down to 2 hours. Wonderberg. I don't blame you. Is who? I'm ready to queue up. This, oh, yo, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Okay. Now, what you say? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think what I'm finna do. I was finna play. I was finna see if I can play a game on my PC because I do have that capability, but at the same time, it probably moves slow. But chat talking about reactive scary stories. It's a very relaxing, chill thing to do. Watch that. While you ready to watch it down, those scallywags are playing the playing so good. Made up about it for true for true horror story. Nah, he's just being funny. Britain, niggas said scallywags. Ah, um, Britain or Australia or someplace like that. Yeah, yeah. Wait, I don't understand how chat hearing me. Yo, hold on, I got two mics. I just realized I can plug the old headset up and use that mic because they can hear me better. Because it's using the PC mic. That's how they're hearing me. 'Cause I'm talking through. No, because I'm talking through Xbox. I'm talking to you through Xbox through the Xbox party because I'm on Xbox and through the controller. So that's they've been hearing me through the PC this entire time. I don't know if they've been hearing me good, but I'm assuming they haven't. You know how y'all used to hear me? Oh, I don't know how it working like that. It didn't used to work like that. It used to sound like I was far away, man. I did hear it though. Then I did hear you. It sounded clear. It sounded good. Yeah, that's I'm confused, bro. You know, so I ain't gonna I ain't gonna make no problems if a problem solve themselves. So I guess slide YouTube up, huh? So I'm trying to see how am I going. Slide the speaker is up because the speaker is up. Oh yeah, I know how to do them professional openings, but nah, I ain't gonna say professional, but they I don't know what they are, but they openings. I'm gonna put it like that. Okay, so my speaker isn't connected, so it's connected. Reconnected. Okay, Google. Disconnect.
Sure, Bluetooth is disconnected.
I'm not gonna cook today. My computer has an update. Yep, they got 2 hours to download. 2 hours and 21 minutes. Like I thought. They don't usually take 3 hours. Never took 3 hours. And when they say they got 2 hours and 21 minutes, they don't even take that long. And sometimes take an hour and 30 or so. So let's just hope it take that long. Speaker connected now. So let's see if I can get these true horror stories up. Sorry, just wouldn't do it. My heart is obliterated. I'm trying to do. I ain't saw no song in a minute. I gotta give me some songs to sing.
I'm asking the questions you don't. So listen to me. Don't read me.
I finna put up with these niggas, man. Let me see, YouTube over. Yeah. Close this one out. Okay, there we go. Now, that give me time to charge my phone up too. My phone about to die. One thing I hate about streaming while watching videos on YouTube, it don't work out all the time. Okay, Google. Okay, Google. Volume down to 75%. Thank you. Okay, now I can.
Now we can just keep story. Here we go. Fajar, bodies. He's the one who cut my throat that night.
My video came up. Well, of course, I'm on my channel. The Twitter. This one. 10 scary true stories. I don't like that heartbeat though. I know that.
There was a brief period of time that I lived alone. When I freshly moved out of my parents' house, before I met my girlfriend when she moved in, I lived in a small one-bedroom apartment in the downstairs of someone else's house. I spent a lot of time alone during this period of my life, besides when I was at school or work. So I spent a lot of my time watching
Oh my
movies,
god, boy. That
specifically,
changed
I
the.
like watching scary movies pretty often. Even as an at the time 21-year-old guy, I still would be a little spooked trying to sleep after watching a scary movie, especially living alone in that apartment. And every time I did, I would look around the room. At a few points, I would even turn the bedside lamp on just to check around the room. The tenant upstairs wasn't home that night, as his car wasn't in the driveway, so the sounds I was hearing couldn't have been footsteps upstairs or anything like that. My nerves were really starting to set in at one point because I just kept hearing noises. And to be honest, I couldn't tell from where in the house they were coming from. I got up to head over to the door of the bedroom and opened it. Outside of my bedroom was a very narrow hallway, which had a door to the bathroom, and then at the end of the hallway opened up to the living room. At the end of this hallway, though, like a scene right out of the movie I had watched not even an hour earlier, there was someone standing at the far end of the hallway right by the kitchen. The moonlight from outside coming into the bedroom windows and the windows in the living room was enough to
Hell
see this woman looking right back at me. She started to walk backwards while still facing me. I didn't care though. I still screamed and backed into my room before slamming the door shut and locking it. She didn't come running over and pounding on the door or anything like that. Instead, I heard running up the half flight of stairs to the exit of my apartment, and then the door slammed shut. I was frozen in shock for at least 10 minutes before I felt okay to take my phone and leave the bedroom to check the apartment. It didn't take long. It was a small apartment with not many hiding places. It was empty. I rushed to lock the door, wondering who that could have been and how they got in. I didn't call the police. I couldn't tell you why. But the next day, I called the landlord and told him about it. He made a phone call to the upstairs tenant, and what I learned shocked me. The woman that broke into my apartment was an ex-lover of the man who lived upstairs, a crazy one at that. And after finding his address somehow, she broke into the wrong part of the house, my apartment. The upstairs tenant came down to my door and apologized to me that following day, but I never got much detail from him or the landlord. I still wonder what that woman was planning on doing to him.
Oh, nigga. I won't be worried about what she was planning on doing to him. I would just. That ain't something I'd be worried about. Jab she ain't bother me.
I'm not a fan of my dad's girlfriend at all, not from the start. Her name is Kathy. My dad has been widowed since 2019 when our mom died. And I
She
know
mad
he
though.
felt lonely and was pretty much ready to settle with anybody now, even Kathy. And against my warnings, he doesn't listen. I've been seeing her do some sketchy things around the house, and it's really starting to freak me out now. I'll start from the beginning. I have two siblings, my 10-year-old brother Jake and my 2-year-old brother Scotty. From the day he introduced her to us, I didn't like something about her smile. It was just unsettlingly wide and exaggerated. Pretty soon he'd start bringing her around a lot more. I just never loved her, honestly. But at first it was only because I felt something was off about her personality. Then things started happening. She's been staying with us for a while now, and a few weeks ago, I caught her in my dad's closet while he wasn't home. My dad's safe is in his closet, along with where he hides the combination and some other valuables. When she saw me at the doorway, she smiled and said, "Hey, what's up, sweetie?" to me, with her annoying, creepy smile. I didn't say anything other than nothing. Then she shut his closet door, and I walked away to my room. I told my dad about it, but he didn't seem concerned. A few days after that, while my dad was at work again, I just got back from school. I was walking upstairs to my room, and as I was, I saw
Why is
Kathy
the
leave my
video
little brother
going?
Jake's room and shut the door behind her. I asked her what she was doing in his room. She smiled and said, "I was just opening the window. It's hot in the house." I didn't answer and walked up to my room. When I heard her go downstairs eventually, I snuck to Jake's room to check if she actually had opened the window, and both windows were shut. Something was up with this lady, and I knew it. I still know him. I told my dad again, and in response, he asked me to just please be patient with the situation, and that he knows I don't care for Kathy. I didn't bother telling Jake. Fast forward to 2 days ago. Jake, my dad, and I were all night, and Kathy was babysitting Scotty. I came home unannounced, but I wanted to be secretive about it, because I wanted to see if I could catch her doing anything again. I snuck into the house and went to my room quietly. Eventually, from the kitchen downstairs, I started to hear Scotty crying. Not regular crying, like a very distressed kind of crying. I heard Kathy screaming at the top of her lungs to shut the F up. It was the first time I heard her raise her voice, and I believe it was the first time I was hearing her true colors come out. I ran downstairs to yell at her to leave my brother alone. She was startled and shocked that I was home. And for the first time, she didn't give me her creepy smile. She looked at me blankly, went downstairs and shut the door. I called my dad and told him right away, and that night, my dad had a conversation with her about it. I don't know how it went, but I assume not good, because that night, I woke up in the middle of the night to something. Looked up into my room. There was someone in my room, and they quickly left the room and shut the door behind them. I got out of bed and opened my door. As I got into the hall, I saw and heard my dad's bedroom door close. I went over to my dad's room and opened the door. Both Kathy and my dad were laying in the bed. I woke my dad up furiously and told him Kathy was just in my room. She denied the whole thing, saying she was in bed. I don't know if my dad believed me or not, but he told me to go back to my room and he'd talk with Kathy. I obeyed, and I heard them whispering as I shut the door. I went back to bed, and I was scared. I'm still scared. I want her out of the house and out of our lives. I think she's dangerous. Why was she in my room? It's freaking me out. I worry for my family's well-being, and I don't know what we can do.
Y'all don't sleep with y'all door locked, bro. I sleep with my door locked. I legit sleep with my door locked. If I have an asthma attack, anything go wrong, I know I'm in danger or whatever of that happening or whatever. But I'd rather die from that than another person, bro. Humans are the worst, in my opinion. I ain't gonna say they're the worst, but there are some humans that are the worst. And that's just one thing I don't want to take me out. There's another human who is just not worthy of anything, man. I don't want to die that way. No, I sleep with my door closed and locked. Legitly. I ain't finna put up with it.
This one goes back a few years ago to when I was 30 years old. I was at my
I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back. 1 second.
My condo, which I still own, is on the second floor of a decently nice building that I won't name for privacy reasons. Whenever I go down
back
there,
up.
it's in the colder months up north, and I'm a complete beach bum
Oh,
when I go down there.
I'm doing the scary
Luckily,
stories.
I work remotely,
But I'll be right back. I'm finna run to the restaurant.
top of the phone, so I
I'll be
leave
right back.
and retreat down there whenever I'd like. Fort Lauderdale is, for the most part, a pretty clean and safe city, and the specific location my building is in is no exception. That is, usually. It was the middle of January. It was late at night, past 10 o'clock. I was out on my balcony with my feet over the railing, on my laptop, when all of a sudden I heard from down below on the ground someone yelling something. They were yelling, "Yo," and "Hey, you." At first I didn't move, taking the assumption that whoever it was talking to someone else. They couldn't possibly be calling up to me. But they followed with, "Hey, you up there." And my heart skipped a beat, because now I knew they were talking to me. My main question was, why? I set my laptop down on the chair and looked over the railing down to the ground below. There was a guy in front of a car in the parking lot, looking up at me, and he said, "Yeah, you." I asked, "What's up?" He told me to come down there so he could show me something cool. I took a better look at this guy. Some guy with a backwards hat and tank top on. I assumed he was just some punky kid messing with me, so I ignored him and sat back down. When I did that, I heard him laughing as he said, "I'm gonna come up there and skin you alive, you prick." I stood up again and looked at him. He had this unsettling and sinister smile on his face. I realized he looked older than I initially thought. He wasn't some kid. I literally opened my mouth to shout something back at him, but for some reason, he didn't bother. I grabbed my laptop and went inside and shut the sliding door. I expected him to yell up a couple things afterwards, but I didn't hear him do so. As uncomfortable as that made me, I felt much safer being inside. I chalked it up to just the occasional coked up Florida lunatic on the streets. If things became became next level when the silence in the room was broken by pounding on my condo door, accompanied with a voice yelling obscenities and threats at me. It was the guy again. The bangs were so loud, I was genuinely concerned he was going to break the door down. All I could do was yell, "I'm calling the police." That didn't faze him. His bangs turned to these carving and stabbing noises. They probably all lasted for about a minute or two, but felt like a century, until he gave one more loud angry bang, screamed one more obscenity at me, and left. I knew because I checked through the peephole. I called the police after the ordeal just to show them and report it to them. On the other side of the door, there were several stab marks on it, confirming I did hear him stabbing at me, and confirming this man had a knife. I prayed nobody was harmed that night. I doubt he knew me. I think he was just a really drugged out crazy person looking to hurt someone. I once spent a night in jail. I know everyone says it, but I didn't do shit. I was attacked by a bouncer at a nightclub in my hometown because some girl who I had history with was there. And she had the nerve to lie to a bouncer and tell him I was touching her and her friends inappropriately, and I never even said a word to them. The bouncer came and put his hands on me and started pushing me out of the club. And honestly, I pushed back in my drunken state. And of course, cops were outside the bar. And between a drunk guy and a club bouncer, who were they going to side with? Well, I ended up handcuffed in the back of a cop car and escorted to jail, where I spent the night. All that was in the cell was one wooden bar for sitting on, and this other guy besides me. He asked what I'm in for. I told him I took one look.
What is with the blinking every time the screen turns white?
He had tattoos on his face. He was missing a front tooth, and he just had this face that said, "Don't mess with me or I'll cap you." I didn't want to rub the wrong way, so I just tried talking with him if he talked to me. At one point, I did open up to him just because of my anger at the situation and I needed to vent. During this time, I told him some delicate info, like where I was from, which is definitely the nicest side of town. I told him how I had people over there since my parents were away. We all previewed in the club. I basically told him to run down the whole night. Since I was drunk, I wanted to just try and sleep, but he'd keep talking to me and it was getting annoying. Eventually, I think he caught on and shut up. The next morning, we had to go to court because, yes, sadly I was charged with assault and trespassing. 2 bogus charges. My cellmate had to go too. I saw the judge before him though. He was one of the other offenders in the back of the court listening to my charges. I was released with a future court date set. A complete nightmare. But that night, when I was at home, and all the windows were open, so I heard everything from outside, I was hearing footsteps circling the house. Multiple sets of footsteps. I started to shut all my windows one by one on the first floor. Then I got to the backyard door, which is a sliding glass door looking out to the deck. I curiously flicked on the deck light, and immediately, 2 dudes ran out from the light into the darkness. I recognized one of them to be my cellmate. I closed the blind to the door and continued closing the rest of the windows. I couldn't believe he found me, but he was obviously there to rob our house blind after I told him how my parents were away. He must have seen dollar signs when I told him the side of town I was in, and he probably heard my name called in the courtroom, and one quick Google search of my simple name turned up my address. The 2 dudes took off, I believe, because I didn't hear from them the rest of the night. I never told my parents I was arrested, and because of that, I never told them about how my cellmate almost came and robbed our house.
No story 4? Not mid-story, story 3.
This is something that just happened to me, and I don't know how to feel about it other than freaked out. I'm not a spiritual person at all. I've been on and off seeing this guy named Spencer. I met him through a coworker one night when we were out together at a bar, and we hit it off. I finally introduced him to my family, and while my parents were indifferent about him, my grandparents didn't really care for him, my grandma especially. They both said they saw something bad in him, that he doesn't seem like a good guy. My grandma mostly. This wasn't after one-time meeting though. This was after I brought him around multiple times, and everyone could get a good idea about him. And honestly, I started to see what they meant, because Spencer and I would get into constant arguments, and he would lose his temper fairly easy on me. For this, we'd be on and off constantly. There was one night that I felt like he was about to raise his hands to me, but he held back and then calmed down. This was when I said, "I'm done," and dropped him. Or so I thought I was going to. My grandma was especially happy and said I could do much better. Then she went on about how I should go find a nice Italian boy from a nice family like she always did. Anyway, not long after this, my grandma died of a heart attack. During my grieving, I hung a picture of my grandma up on my wall in my room to commemorate her. This was only a month ago. I'd been having a horrible month, and out of weakness, when Spencer reached out to me 2 weeks ago, I answered, and we saw each other. We had been seeing each other every night these past 2 weeks, and I really thought he had changed because we hadn't argued a single time, and I just felt safe around him. Well, only a few days ago, Spencer and I agreed to be official boyfriend and girlfriend, and that night, I woke up to a crash in my room. I panicked and flicked on the lamp, and it took me a moment to notice the picture of my grandma wasn't on the wall anymore. I got up and saw the frame had fallen to the floor and cracked. The picture frame I hung of my grandma had fallen and cracked on the night I agreed to date Spencer.
Bro. Okay. First thing first. No one can change overnight. Just because that person has calmed down doesn't mean they changed. So if any of y'all out there dating and this person is coming with these same problems saying that they will change and all that, it takes time to change. It takes a good amount of time to change. It doesn't happen overnight. Just because a nigga, calm down or whatever, he misses you, I mean, that he can do that. He can miss you. But that doesn't mean he changed. No one changes overnight. Take this away from what I'm saying. Please. Please, man. I hate seeing women get in these relationships with these dudes who, oh my God, who they expect to change. Women, you cannot change a nigga. Niggas, you cannot change women. You cannot change each other. You are who you are from childhood on up. You can make little alterations to yourself, but you are your core self. Don't forget that.
Spencer. I held the frame in my hand, my heart in my throat, my whole body shaking. I called Spencer the next day and told him I think we should go our separate ways for a while, as my head isn't in the right place. And he blew up on the phone in anger, and that phone call proved my grandma was right about him. But that picture frame falling and breaking, what could have caused it? There was no draft in the room. Even as I imagined that it was somehow a sign from my grandma, do you realize how freaking scary that is? I took my Jeep on a road trip to Colorado to do some off-roading in the wilderness. I was doing a bunch of trails in the Red Feather Lakes, and I was ending the night off on the Dead Man's Road Trail. It was a somewhat challenging trail, but the scenery was unbeatable. I packed a sleeping bag and planned on sleeping in the back of my Jeep with the back seats folded down. I pulled somewhere off the immediate trail, just off the slight chance some other night drivers would pass by. But that was very unlikely. I guess people can call me a weirdo for enjoying off-roading on my own and camping alone, but I've always liked doing things solo. I use the word camping because I do consider this to just be luxury camping. Instead of being in a tent, I'm in the back of my Jeep in the middle of the woods. I ate some of the protein bars and other snacks I brought as my little dinner. Then I set up my sleeping bag in the back. In case you're wondering if I was doing this in the dark, I had the LED light bar on my Jeep on, which basically lit up the entire surrounding area pretty nicely. So I finally crawl into the sleeping bag, and I'd be lying if I said it's comfortable sleeping back there. It's the price to pay for off-roading in the sunrise for me. I had the windows all closed to avoid bugs getting in, but I still heard everything outside. And then it happened. I heard a voice from out in the woods, followed by a short, loud laughter. As deep into the trail I was, there's no way someone was just walking around out there. Not in this total darkness. I looked out the windows expecting to see headlights or taillights somewhere, but nope. Then I heard the voice again, much clearer. I couldn't tell if it was...
That's good. Not much, bro. We've been out here streaming a good amount here and there. But yeah, you finally found. You said I've been searching. Yeah. I was thinking about going live on Twitch yesterday and today actually. Because my game, they updated the streaming on Xbox. So I was like, maybe I'm gonna start back streaming over on Twitch. So I don't know. Still thinking about it though. I probably will start back streaming over on Twitch. And I changed my name so you wouldn't see my real name and you'll recognize me. So you are somebody I know then. When I think about somebody who goes by the phrase GOAT, I think of Deucey, my old friend from college and from high school. That's what I think about. So if you him, I mean, I won't be shocked. But yeah. All right, I'm gonna start the video back up.
Was a man or a woman at first. I was shaking now, though. Someone was out there, that much was clear. Though I was hearing a voice, I didn't know what was being said just yet. And then I laid there, waiting for it again, scared to death. For a while, just crickets. Then, much closer now, I heard in a clear voice, belonging to either a woman or a young boy, "Hello, I see you there." Now I was ready to throw up. I wanted to move to the driver's seat and drive, but I was too scared to move. I felt like if I just stayed laying down, that whoever was out there wouldn't see me. I know that makes no sense, but hiding and not moving was me clinging on to the hope that this wasn't actually happening. Then, there was one loud bang on my rear windshield, and I jumped up and practically dove over the two front seats into the driver's seat. And I started the car and drove as quickly as I could manage down the trail, scared they were running after me because I could only go so fast on this rocky terrain. I was scared to look in the rearview mirror, but when I did, I didn't see anyone through the red glow of my taillights. It was a nightmare. I was tired and I drove the rest of the trail until I was back on pavement. Then I drove for miles until I reached a motel. Some people have asked me, what if it was someone stranded who needed help? And I say no way. No one's out there that late in the pitch black, laughing without a flashlight that deep on some trail. And they wouldn't bang on my windshield just once like that if they weren't trying to scare me. People are messed up. Always watch your back and be woke to your surroundings.
But I mean, I will be streaming on Twitch at the same time. That's what I'm saying. Like one day I don't feel like streaming on YouTube, I'll just slide over there and stream on Twitch.
This is one of the few unexplainable events I've experienced in my life. I was home upstairs in my room, writing my paper for my history class. As far as I knew, I was home alone. But apparently I was mistaken, because my mom's voice called out from downstairs, yelling my name. I called back, "What?" She didn't answer. So, slightly annoyed because I didn't want to be interrupted from my train of thought on my paper, I reluctantly got up to go downstairs and see what she wanted. When I got downstairs, I looked around for my mom, but she wasn't anywhere in sight. So I yelled out, "Mom?" And she yelled back my name in response. Her voice came from down in the basement. So I went to the basement door, but strangely the lights were off. I called down the stairs, "Mom?" again, and she called back. I yelled out, "What are you doing down there with the lights off?" She didn't respond. I flicked on the light and went down the stairs. I heard my mom call my name again as I was near to the bottom of the steps. It was getting weird. Each time she called my name, it sounded exactly the same, like there was zero difference in inflection every single time she said my name. I yelled out "Mom" again, and she once again yelled back my name. She was nowhere to be seen in the basement, but then I noticed the little crawl space closet door was open. I call it that because it's a weird closet that you have to kind of crawl into, but it takes up a large chunk of the basement. That was the only place left in the basement that my mom could be. So I said "Mom" one final time. No answer this time. I went closer to the closet door and got on my knees just to try and look in. It was pitch black inside, and I was starting to get freaked out. I said, "Mom, are you messing with me?" There was no response at all, just the quiet buzzing sound from the basement light. I got back up, and for some reason decided to sprint back upstairs, slamming and locking the basement door behind me. I didn't know what I had just witnessed and heard, but I went to grab the house phone and call my mom's cell number. It rang a few times until my mom picked up, and I learned that she was out grocery shopping. I told her, but she didn't believe my story, of course. She thought I was messing with her. It took half an hour of begging her to believe me that she finally went along with it, and when she and my dad were both home, we all went down to the basement together. The closet door was still open. My dad went inside, but there was no one in there. This still remains to be the most haunting, unexplainable experience of my life.
Thanks for letting me. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Send the dogs
I was
in.
only about 9 years old when this happened. I was sleeping
I
over
know,
my
right?
grandma's house
I
for the
just
weekend, which
Central
I
Dog
often
is
did when I
more
was
than
little.
one, not just one.
It was
More
a
than one.
stormy day out, and my grandma was out at the nearby grocery store getting ingredients for dinner. I was in the living room watching SpongeBob when the phone rang. There was obviously zero reason for me to answer the phone, but you know, I was a little kid with a little kid brain. There's no explaining any decisions made. I went to the kitchen and picked up the phone, and after my little kid voice said hello into the phone, the man's voice on the other end said, "Can I speak to the adult in the house?" I said, "She's not home," and the voice responded, "So you're all alone right now?" I remember I paused for a second, then said, "Yeah." Even at my age, I knew after he asked that it probably wasn't a good idea to have picked up the phone. The person on the other end then asked if the current address he had on file was correct, but I didn't answer that. I hung up the phone, and now I was nervous. I was worried I might have just gotten my grandma in trouble. Nonetheless, I went back to watching SpongeBob. 20 minutes later or so, there was a frantic knocking at the door. I muted the TV and listened. Along with the knocking, someone on the other end cried out, "Please help." It was a man. I snuck over to the edge of the wall where the opening for the front door was to take a peek and see if I saw anyone standing on the other side of the door through the glass at the top of the door. That was a mistake, because I did, and they saw me too. The man on the other side of the door immediately said, "Little boy, please open the door, I'm hurt bad." I ran to the corner of the room by the window and closed the blinds so I could hide behind the couch. I was so scared. There were no cell phones back then. I couldn't call my grandma. The man kept pounding on the door, his cries for help turning more annoyed sounding, and his knocks got louder and more frequent. Then the pounds on the door stopped, and he started knocking on the window right next to me. The creep started saying things like, "I'm not gonna hurt you," and "Please, I'm bleeding bad." I started to cry in the corner, still hiding behind the couch. The pounding stopped finally, and after a minute, I ran to my grandma's room and locked the door. I laid in her bed under the covers with only my head sticking out. The rain hitting the windowsill and the occasional distant thunder was weirdly calming, at least for a little bit. The man on the other side appeared at one of the windows and started trying to lift it open. Thank God all the windows were locked. Now I hid under the covers completely, and I don't think he saw me in there. This was the last time I saw or heard that man. 20 minutes later, I heard my grandma come in through the front door. I ran into her arms, crying and apologizing, and told her everything. She of course called the police, and when the officers needed me to give whatever details I could, my grandma called me into the room and I answered their questions. Then she sent me back off to the guest bedroom to watch TV. Unfortunately, that man was never caught, for this at least. My grandma never told my parents, and she told me not to tell them either, but she also never left me alone again anytime I slept over after that, which wasn't many times. Long story short, I was one unlocked door away from undoubtedly being kidnapped. I'm a father of 2 kids. They're 15 and 10. My wife was out of the house at the time of this happening. I was in my room taking a nap in the middle of the day. My older son is always in and out all day, every day with his friends. So when I heard the front door constantly opening and closing, it didn't concern me. But eventually, when I heard the storm door slam shut for a 4th time, I started to get annoyed and whistled at him to quiet down. I started hearing other loud noises from across the hallway, in the direction of my younger son Keith's room. I imagined he was playing with his wrestling toys or something. Regardless, even with my door shut, the noise got to be too much. It was just like a constant thumping sound. Like, what could Keith possibly be doing? When I went across the hall to his room, the noise became more clear, and it was this literal thumping on the wall sound. I went into his room. The door was already opened. I said Keith's name angrily, but I didn't see my son. I saw some grown man facing the wall, banging his head into the wall. There was blood on the wall from his constant banging. The man gave me a side glance without turning his whole head. I managed to tackle the man to the floor, and that's when Keith emerged from under his sheets where he was hiding. The man didn't fight back. He started yelling this psychotic mumbo-jumbo, proving his lacking sanity. I told Keith to go get the house phone while I held the man down. After calling the police, I was in that same position for at least 5 minutes before they arrived. The man just kept smiling.
Bro, I am happy to hear a nigga do something I would do, or that's kind of smart to do. Get the nigga before he can do anything, bro. He did exactly that. I'm proud of him.
and laughing and saying things that made no sense the entire time. The man was ill, or on some serious drugs, or both. I didn't press
That's the same
charges,
thing.
and I'm sure he was taken somewhere to get the help he clearly needed, and to get him off the streets. I've had many night terrors in my life, and I've struggled with many sleeping disorders. Hell, I can't even count how many times I've experienced sleep paralysis. It's a truly disturbing thing. I've also woken to seeing spiders and other giant bugs in my bed countless times, for them to only disappear as I start to snap back to reality. But the hallucinations are always so real and vivid. I always find myself jumping out of my bed screaming, throwing pillows at the non-existent bugs. And don't even get me started on the constant nightmares I have.
You said who I'm talking to?
There was one stressful week
talking
of
to
school
Lord
that I
Keith
was up to my ears in
during,
homework with
during
all my
Xbox Live.
classes, and I was admittedly exhausted mentally and physically. With half of my assignments due the next day, which was Friday, I was up extremely late for a school night. It had to be like 3 a.m., and I had to be up in 3 hours. When I finally finished all of my assignments, I literally crashed into bed, and I was out cold faster than I could remember. And that night, I was having a bad dream again. The best I could describe this bizarre dream, I was for some reason in this linear building that I was trying to escape, and in each passing room I kept finding candies, like it was a Halloween attraction or something. But in the dream I was running away from something, and the something I was running away from kept laughing. It was a child's laughter, and it sounded like it was coming from everywhere. What caused me to wake up was when I made it to what was presumed to be the final door of the building. The laughing was the loudest now, and when I opened the door, I woke up in my bed. I couldn't move. It was happening again. Then there was a laughter from the middle of the room. I moved my eyes to focus to the middle of the room. There were 4 people standing in the center of the room. It was like a family, a tall male and female, and then a small boy and girl. They were all holding hands and they were all laughing, looking at me with giant grins on their faces, impossibly wide grins. And as I felt this tight pressure,
I ain't gonna lie to y'all, bro. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. They look exactly how Keith looked that time. I am not lying to you, bro. It was exactly like that. Exactly. Okay, I have high blood pressure, right? And if I don't take medicine or whatever, you know, you can have a stroke or whatever, anything like that. You get delusional and all kind of crazy stuff go on. And one night I'm in the bed and he came in my room, said I was screaming, I was doing something in my sleep. I was screaming or something. And he came in my room, he looked exactly like them. All I saw was a black figure that was smiling at me, man. And he said I was just screaming and stuff. And like, yeah, it looked exactly like that. I understand what she's going through, bro. It was exactly like that.
in my chest, which is common in sleep paralysis, I started to feel like they were getting bigger, or just getting closer, like they were all floating towards me. When my body finally permitted, I threw the sheets off of me and threw my pillows into the middle of the room and screamed. But the pillows hid nothing, as the 4 figures were gone, and the horrible laughing had stopped. I had never experienced a hallucination like that, and I have had sleep paralysis many times.
Man, so I was going to the
I had to see
gulag.
my doctor the next day, who prescribed me new medication. Since then, I've still had my share of night terrors, but nothing even close to that.
Man. But for real though, that's one of the reasons I sleep with my door locked. So I know if I wake up from having sleep paralysis and there's a nigga in my room and ain't no niggas, huh? Yeah. And if it's niggas in my room, bro, and the door closed behind, I know it ain't real. And I'm half asleep. So I know it's that. If the door is closed, I'm cool with it. I'm closing my eyes and going back to sleep. Not even finna put over this man. If y'all can hear Lloyd, he would get me counseled, and I would slap him for it. What do you say? I ain't finna disclose. Nigga on some weird stuff.
When I was 15, I had my first girlfriend. We lived in an upper-class area, very quiet and peaceful streets. My girlfriend Casey also lived 2 blocks away, so I could walk to her house almost nightly. One Thursday night during break, when I had nothing to do, I started my walk over to Casey's house. It was on the later side of the night, but I didn't really have a curfew, so it didn't matter. But pretty soon, I thought I could start hearing noises from around me. And when I say around me, I mean mostly behind me. The first time I heard it, it was the sound of a bush being shaken a bit. I only turned my head to look for a second without stopping. I just started to walk a little faster is all. When I got to the next block, I heard another noise, a twig or a small stick cracking. I stopped this time and turned around. All I saw was the empty street and the bushes that lined up along each property to separate the sidewalks from people's properties. Basically next to the street was a wall of bushes, and I didn't see anyone or anything that could be making these weird sounds. I picked up the pace even more, and I was reaching the home stretch to Casey's house.
Exactly.
Of course, there was another sound again, this time more like footsteps. Quick, light footsteps. I turned again without stopping. No one, nothing. I could see Casey's house now. I called and she picked up right away. I told her how freaked out I was getting because I kept hearing noises. I walked around the bushes surrounding her driveway and stepped onto her property. I noticed her staring out her bedroom window upstairs. She waved at me as she left on the phone, and I waved back. Then she asked me, "Who's that guy right behind you?" I turned right around and saw a fully grown man crouch walking maybe 10 feet in back of me. I screamed and ran for the door and started pounding on it. The man grabbed me and tried to put me in some kind of headlock, but he let go and ran away pretty quickly. Casey's mom opened the door with a look of dismay on her face. She let me in and slammed the door shut as Casey came running over. I was out of breath and felt like my heart was beating 1,000 beats a minute. Casey's mom hugged me, asked a few questions, then called the police to warn of a dangerous man going around town. Casey's mom let me stay over that night for obvious reasons, and she drove me home the next day.
What? No. This nigga out here crouch walking, playing Warzone.
It was a dangerously stormy night. Everyone in my family was doing their own thing. I was in my room watching TV, my parents were in the living room watching some comedy show, and my sister was playing video games upstairs. I usually enjoyed stormy nights like this because it made me feel relaxed. I was relaxed until there was a monstrous bang on my window. I jumped up and looked outside. There was someone outside my window, but the large amount of rain pouring down the window kind of blurred his face. He started pounding at my window. It sounded like he was screaming for help. I opened the window just a crack, and he screamed in, "Let me in, I'm hurt." The rain was so loud I had to scream at him to come around front, then I shut my window. I ran outside to the living room to tell my dad that some man who seems to be in distress is screaming for help outside. And then came the knocks and shouts for help outside our front door. My dad was about to open the front door, but I stopped him. I said wait, because I wasn't sure if it was a good idea. Then the phone rang, and on the TV it displayed the caller ID of our next door neighbor. My dad ran to pick it up. When I heard him say "no fucking way," I knew something was wrong. He hung up the phone and said stay away from the door. He didn't explain why. He just went to the window to peek at the front stoop. There is where he said he saw a guy crouched down, pounding on the door, holding some kind of large, sharp tool. My dad yelled through the front door at the man to go away before the cops get here. Then he actually got on the phone with the cops. Eventually the man outside gave up, and he disappeared the next time we checked. When my dad was on the phone with a neighbor, he told my dad that he saw some homeless-looking guy rummaging through his shed and came out with a large chopping axe. The cops found the crazed man wandering around the streets, and it made it in the newspaper a few days later.
So homeless people just always playing Rust or something.
One night, when I was a really young kid, I was in the living room watching my favorite cartoon. I had the TV pretty loud, but I thought I could hear my mom calling my name from downstairs. I called back, "What?" She didn't answer, so I guess she couldn't hear me. I heard her call me again, so I went down to the basement. The lights were off, so halfway down I called for my mom. She didn't answer. I didn't know where she could be calling me from, but one thing was for certain though, she wasn't in the basement. I started going back up the stairs, but before I even got to the top stair, I heard my mom's voice again from down in the basement calling my name. I looked down into the pitch blackness. I ran back up to the top step, turned on the lights, and walked halfway back down, peeking into the
This is
basement.
the same story from the other one.
I didn't see my mom anywhere down there. Suddenly, I got a huge rush of horror. I ran up the stairs basically crying for my mom. She came rushing down the stairs from upstairs, and I cried to her that something was calling me from downstairs that sounded just like her. She swore to me that she hadn't been calling me.
Oh, so this
She
is
went down
different
to the
one.
basement to
This is a
check
little
and make me feel better, but I didn't feel better. I'm sure she didn't believe me. Why would she? I was a little kid, but I still know that I heard what I heard.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
My grandpa recently told me a story. It was about a night he took his dog for a walk. He used to have a small Boston Terrier named Sherry, who he named after an old friend of his who passed away. My grandpa lives like 2 hours from us on a farm, and there's not much that goes on there. He lives with his wife Marianne, who he married like 15 years back. Every day, Marianne would take Sherry for a walk in the morning, and my grandpa would take her for a walk in the evening. On a regular walk during sunset, my grandpa was walking Sherry down the usual dirt path that ran along the woods next to their property. My grandpa passed by another person on the trail who Sherry instinctively barked and pulled towards like most dogs do when they see strangers. My grandpa said hello to the stranger, who had a large hood up, but the stranger just walked past without even batting an eye, so he and the dog kept walking. Sherry kept looking back every so often and barking, however. My grandpa would tell him to shush and yank at the leash to keep him walking. Eventually, my grandpa would turn around to look at what Sherry could be barking at. The stranger who passed him by a few minutes earlier was stalking him from behind a tree in the near distance. My grandpa decided to pick up the pace as fast as possible. At his old age, he always carries pepper spray in his big coat pocket just in case. He was getting closer to the house when suddenly he heard clicks from the leaves on the ground inches behind him. But before he could turn, he felt the warmth of a glove cover his mouth and nose, preventing him from screaming or breathing. My grandpa says he could hear Sherry barking and biting at the stranger, which might have helped in loosening the man's grip a little. My grandpa says he struggled to grab the pepper spray out from his pocket, but when he did, he sprayed it at least 10 times and continued spraying it even after the man who was holding him let go and started to scream. My grandpa came as close as he could to a run to escape back to his house. He was perfectly okay.
Bro, what I'm taking from all of these videos is everybody in chat today, buy some pepper spray, bro. You can't get pepper spray because you're too young or whatever. Get your parents to buy you some, please. I gotta buy me some. I know I can run these hands, but I still need some pepper spray. It just seemed to work, and it'll be funny to hit a nigga with, you know? Well, it ain't gonna be funny, but seeing a nigga scream after trying to run some game, you know?
I grew up in California for the first 14 years of my life. Our neighborhood wasn't the best, namely because it was an area that the Crips were known to reside in. If you don't know, the Crips are members of one of the biggest Los Angeles street gangs. My best friend, who I always called Stevie D, lived 2 doors down. We had other friends, of course, but we would often hang out just he and I. We'd usually ride our bikes together around town or play video games, just basic kid
'Cause
stuff.
nowadays, niggas are
When
just
we were
weird,
12,
man.
we
Niggas
were
are
biking
just
around the
weird.
neighborhood one night and
The
decided to
female
visit a
niggas,
well-known
yo,
abandoned house.
our niggas of
It had
all
been
shapes and
uninhabited for
sizes
many years
and
because no one
colors
would buy
and
it for
weird out
whatever
here now.
reason. When we pulled up on our bikes to the front of the house, Stevie pointed to the window and said, "Look." I pushed my bike a little closer to the window and focused my vision on it. I could see someone peeking out the window. I couldn't tell if they were looking at us or not, but it was definitely a person's face sitting between the curtains. It was extremely strange considering the place had been unowned for years. We stared for longer than we should have, perhaps, and noticed something else that was strange. The person didn't move their face at all. We inched a little closer, onto the empty driveway actually. Upon getting closer, it appeared to be a Halloween decoration or something, like a fake head. This meant someone had snuck into the house to put it there. Stevie D and I, being the mischievous kids we used to be, hatched an idea to sneak in through the back somehow and check out the place. We hid our bikes on the side of the house behind an overgrown bush, then snuck.
I hate to admit, bro, I was one of them little stupid kids who would see something like that. I wouldn't go to it if I saw something like that. But if there was an abandoned house, I go, peep it out, but not go inside. But if I saw something in it, there's no way I'd go in it. Not even close.
Snuck into the yard. To our surprise, the back door was already unlocked. But when we came to think of it, it wasn't that surprising considering it seemed someone had already broken in to put that fake head there. We stepped into the house, but we didn't want to turn the lights on and expose the fact that we were in the house. It was dark in there, but not pitch black, so we could make our way through the house. We got to the living room first because we wanted to check out that fake head thing.
What these niggas at the chum bucket? I can see Plankton vibing in there.
At the window. It smelled really bad in that room though. I picked up the head from the windowsill and immediately dropped it and screamed. I dropped it not because it was surprisingly heavy, but because it also felt like real skin. I saw a dark liquid pouring out from the bottom of the head.
Yo, I'll be right back. I'm finna go help my mom with some groceries. I'll be right back. Stay with me, folks, after these short messages. What happened? Yo, I'm finna start the video, but I'll be right back. Okay, guys? I'll be right back.
Head that was now on the floor. It was blood. It was a real human head. There were 2 cracks in the ceiling above us. Stevie and I looked at each other with our mouths hanging open. We ran for the back door and got back on our bikes to get the hell out of there. Anyone in our immediate area learned pretty soon that the head belonged to a victim of the Crips, who apparently placed the head there as some kind of message. I don't think anyone knew the full story, but there was a good chance whoever placed that head there was still in the house, because Stevie and I both heard cracks in the ceiling above us, as if someone was coming downstairs. Last year, a guy came to my house's door around 9 p.m. He knocked on the door, so I got my mom, and she went out to see who it was. By the way, we live in a rural area, so visits that late are extremely uncommon and strange. The guy talked to my mom about how he was opening a business, asked whether she liked American-made products, then handed her a Clorox container as a sample. He went back to his minivan and opened it to get a quote-unquote vacuum cleaner when my mom saw 5 other men sitting inside. She told me to run and get my phone since we don't have a landline. I couldn't find it, so I got my knife and stood around the corner. She threw the container outside and told them to get the hell off her property, as well as that she was calling the cops. They peeled out of the driveway, and we never saw the car again. I've always been an extreme sports person ever since I was little. Mountain climbing, parasailing, scuba diving, though I've always been an avid skier. I'd go upstate skiing at least 10 times a season, sometimes with friends, sometimes alone. My friend, who I'll call Q, agreed to come upstate and go camping with me so we could do some backcountry skiing, which is basically skiing in the backcountry on unmarked or unpatrolled areas outside of a ski resort's boundaries. It was a 3-hour drive, then a decent amount of off-roading to get to where the hills were. I parked my truck at the bottom of a decent-looking area full of hills, but I also stopped there because I couldn't really drive out much further given that there were too many trees. Q and I then proceeded to unload the back of my truck of all our stuff, including ski gear and camping equipment. Then we hiked about a quarter mile, which was an incredible amount of work with all the stuff we were carrying. We found a perfect place to set up camp, right near the bottom of an uphill, and in a bit of a clearing between the trees. Setting up the tent and unloading our sleeping bags and equipment and such was first priority. When all of that was done, we started our hike up the hill to scout the area. We did a decent amount of hiking, but we also got a lot of skiing in. At one point, Q and I lost each other while skiing down a bigger hill. I assumed I'd meet him at the bottom, or just find him eventually. I checked the walkie-talkie just to see if he'd answer, but he didn't, which meant he was probably still going downhill. At some point while I was walking with my skis at the bottom of the hill, I ran into someone, another skier. He sounded very friendly under a ski mask, asking me where the best hills are and if we were camping and such. He had his skis strapped to his orange backpack. I pointed to the hill I just skied down and also pointed in the direction we set up camp. He said he and his wife were trying to find a good place to set up camp near other people, and asked if I could lead him to my campsite. As much as I really didn't want to trek all the way back there, I felt I had to be a good Samaritan and help this man and his wife. I pulled out my walkie again and said into the speaker to Q that I was going back to the campsite for a bit. I started to lead the man who was behind me, when suddenly I started getting some static from another end on the walkie. It seemed someone, probably Q, was trying to talk to me, but the connection was shit. Nothing I could do about that except for come back to this hill afterwards. It took a decent amount of hiking and small talk with the man before we reached the campsite. I turned around to him and smiled under my ski mask, which I realized instantly was pointless. He sounded very thankful for he and his wife. Then I finally asked him, "Where is your wife?" He didn't answer. He started to walk closer to me. At first I thought nothing of it, but for some reason, Something about his skis and backpack just struck me. They belonged to Q. For a split second, I thought, is this Q? Is he pranking me? But it wasn't possible. The voice was too different from Q. The man was a few mere feet away from me at this point, and he was picking up the pace to a more intimidating approach. I panicked and jumped into the tent to dig for my flare gun in my bag. The man grabbed my leg, which was sticking out from the tent, and then I felt a sharp, intense tingle in my leg, like a severe electric shock, followed by a burning heat feeling. I screamed in pain as I just managed to pull out the flare gun, push aside the door to the vent, and aim it at the man. He immediately backed up with his hands in the air, and that's when I noticed the knife dug deep into my leg. I ordered the man to tell me where my friend was. He answered quickly, saying near the bottom of the hill he found me at. I told the man to stand still while I called 911 to request an immediate rescue. But the man took off quite easily while I was on the phone. There wasn't much I could do with one single flare gun shot. I felt like I was waiting there in the cold with my bleeding leg forever, until finally the reassuring sound of a rescue helicopter swooped overhead and I shot my flare gun. I cannot believe I was actually picked up by a helicopter, in which I helped locate my friend laying in the snow in the middle of the hill. He was unconscious, and he had also been stabbed twice in the leg, then robbed. He tried talking to me through the walkie-talkie while he was losing consciousness, but the connection was bad. We both went to the hospital, but we're fine today. I lived in a small college town, and my apartment complex was walking distance from the bar/downtown area. One weekday night, I stepped out on our front porch to smoke a cigarette or two. I was up late studying. I brought my textbook with me and laid down on the stairs while I smoked. A girl who I had never met before, but who lived one apartment over on the ground floor, came home from downtown. She was by herself, and you could tell from her walk she had been drinking. She got in her apartment and barely got the door closed before some guy, who came out of nowhere, knocked on her door. She opened, and I noticed he introduced himself, which was weird because it was like 2:30 in the morning. Who comes to a random girl's apartment at that time? So I decided to stay outside and pay attention. They ended up talking for over 10 minutes. She later acknowledged how weird the situation was, but did not know how to end the conversation. He would do the creepiest things, like he reached up and stroked her hair at least 3 times, and he would try to slowly inch his way closer to her in the door. I made a point of being loud with my textbook so he would know I was there, and he disappeared as eerily as he came. We called the cops, and days later they had the girl and I sit with a sketch artist. As soon as the sketch was made public, floods of calls came in. The guy turned out to be a serial rapist who followed lone girls home from bars and pretended to be a cab offering them a ride. This girl just got lucky because she lived so close to the bars he didn't get a chance to pull the cab routine.
Okay, so I got a little bit of time. I'll be right back again.
I've only used Craigslist once in my life, and the one time I used it, I got a very sour taste in my mouth. Here's why. The guy posted an ad for a ping pong table that I wanted to buy for my roommate and I. We set up a time for me to come pick it up that night. I had to remove the back seats from my truck so that I'd be able to fit the thing. I pulled up in front of the dude's house and texted him saying I'm here. I saw the door open, so I got out from my truck and did a quick speed walk to his front door to greet him. I went for the handshake, but I don't think he saw my arm, so after a few awkward seconds I put my hand back down. He said in his deep smoker's voice to follow him to the basement. The whole house had a certain distinct smell to it, not exactly a bad or concerning smell, just a cottony, smoky kind of smell. We got to the basement, and there was the ping pong table, right smack in the middle of the room. Suddenly he said, "Oh shoot, I gotta find the paddles." So he ran back up the stairs and told me to wait right there. I waited for a while down there, assuming he misplaced the paddles and was having a hard time finding them. I started to snoop around his basement a little bit, looking at his pictures and such. It was weird. He had framed pictures sitting on furniture, but they were all pictures of just him, no family members. There was one where he was at least with a dog, but that was pretty much it. I'd say 10 minutes went by and I was still stuck waiting down there, so I started to get even more snoopy. There was a back laundry/storage room in his basement that I started to observe for some reason. There was a drawer to his utility desk that was hanging half open. I pulled it fully open, and it revealed old Polaroid pictures. But these pictures were horrific and disturbing. They were all pictures taken of some girl who was tied to a chair and her mouth covered with tape. There were also yellow folders stacked in a row next to the photos. They were labeled A to Z. I didn't have it in me to open the folders and see what were inside. I took out my phone to take pictures of the contents of the drawer and planned to send it to my friends immediately, but I didn't have any service down there. It was definitely time to go. I ran back to the door at the top of the stairs, but my nightmare only became worse finding out the door was locked. As soon as I tried the doorknob, though, I heard the deep, raspy voice of the man on the other side of the door. He was apologizing, saying the door was accidentally locked and he would go look for the key real quick. I didn't say a word in response. I examined the keyhole closely, ran back down the stairs to the man's utility desk, grabbed 3 screwdrivers of varying sizes, and tried each one in the keyhole for the door. The smallest screwdriver managed to fit in the rectangular-shaped keyhole, allowing me to turn it just enough to unlock and open the door. I didn't stop and look around. I simply ran out the door into my car. I didn't look back at the house. I simply drove to the nearest police station, showed them the pictures, gave them the address, told them where to find the photos, and that was enough for them to start their investigation. A few days later, I got all the information. The man was part of a child pornography trade on the deep web, which was how he made his living apparently. Why he decided to lock me in his basement, that's beyond me. I have not the slightest idea of what he intended on doing with me, but obviously it was not anything good. I used to babysit in my teenage years. When I was 14, I babysat for a 6-year-old boy named Cody once. His parents left me with few instructions other than to order a pizza for dinner and not let him go in their room. They also left me with an interesting comment, that Cody tends to act different than other kids and that he'll talk to himself or his imaginary friend, especially when he played with his toys. So, it was midday, pouring outside. I was watching some old Wipeout show that used to be on TV in the early 2000s. Cody was on the floor playing with his toys that were scattered across the living room. Cody kept using the name Agnes. He would act like he was playing with another kid who was sitting in front of him. One of his toys that were sitting across the room from him activated out of nowhere. I only found it weird because the toy was one of those little cube-like things with the crank where you pull it down and some simulated moving racing background came up on the screen. It was the kind of toy that would take effort to activate, and there it was, activated all by itself. I asked Cody how that was possible. He looked at me and said, "Agnes is playing with it." I have to admit, it was a little disturbing hearing him say that. I picked up the toy and turned it off. That night, in the final hour waiting for his parents to come back, I was in the bathroom washing up when there was a knock at the door. "Cody?" I said. I opened the door. Cody wasn't there. I looked into the hallway for Cody. One of the doors at the end of the hall started to creak open slowly, like really slowly. I turned off the light to the bathroom and walked into the room expecting to see Cody playing around, trying to scare me. Instead, Cody was sitting on the bed in the far corner of the room, looking at me. I asked him who just pushed open the door. "Agnes," he said. Now truly freaked out, I went to pick Cody up off the bed and brought him to the living room, where I spent the rest of my shift until his parents came back. I didn't mention any of the weird things that happened, but when they reached out to me to watch Cody again a few weeks later, I never called them back.
Alright, I'm back. Right on time, it seems. Yo, what'd you say, bro? What? Go to who? What is? I don't know what you're talking about. All right, give me one. Okay. You said onesie? WA. I don't see what you're talking about. I'm gonna go to True Animated Horror Stories. Is that what you mean? True Scary Stories. Yeah, he's already up for me. I already looked at that. Is this the one I clicked on? Alright. I got some KFC, bro. Smash.
One day, me and my family went to a river which was not too far away from our house. When we arrived there, I immediately felt something was strange. So I got out of the car, and there was a very bad smell coming from the bushes. I didn't think much of it at first. However, when I was about to go back to the car, then I saw a bloody knife. It looked pretty new one, but I know that I didn't see it before though. I just thought something was catching a fish around there. After returning home, I heard on the news that a dead body was found near the same river we visited. And surprisingly, the victim was one of my dad's friends. That night, I had a nightmare while I was sleeping. I saw a man killing the other man and hiding it in the bushes next to the river. Then he came to me in the nightmare with a bloody, creepy smile on his face and asked me, "Kid, why didn't you check the bushes?" My body froze and I couldn't speak at all. He continued saying, "I want him to be dead. I want him in jail. I want him in hell. I had kids." That was the moment when I woke up, and the time was about 4:30 a.m. Even though I woke up from that dream, I could remember his face clearly. Anyway, I didn't tell anybody about my dream after that. Until this day, the killer was not found yet.
It happened in December 2018. I've been running a pizza store for a long time in a small neighborhood. I got an order call around 12 p.m., which came from an apartment building B, number 201, which was located in a remote area. It was almost the closing time of the store, so I was sure there will be no more orders. And to save about $5 for the delivery fees, I decided to deliver it myself. When I rode my motorcycle following the mobile phone navigation, I saw apartment A written on a fairly old wall, so I thought the building next to it would be building B. So I stopped my motorcycle nearby and went into it. Since the building was so old and unmanaged, the numbers on the doors were worn out, and all the sensors did not light up while I was going up the stairs. However, I know that many old apartments are often out of light, so without thinking about it, I just turned on my cell phone flashlight and continued going up the stairs. There was an amulet attached to room 201. And reading those Chinese characters, it wasn't that important meaning. And I checked the number to see if the number was correct, knocked lightly on the door, and heard a woman's answer. And I heard the sound of people standing up. Then the footsteps entered somewhere from the living room. I felt like I could hear the floor creaking well when she walked, maybe because it was an old apartment. They don't have to look for the wallet because they paid in advance. I was wondering at first, but decided to wait a little longer, just in case something happened inside. So I waited in the dark for 3 more minutes, but there was no sign of people coming out. I knocked again and rang the doorbell, but after that, no answer was heard from the house. And beyond the door and upstairs, I could hear laughter from some kind of entertainment programs on TV. I waited to see if the person inside went to the bathroom and knocked again, but no one didn't answer. I couldn't wait any longer, so I called the number I got. Fortunately, the phone was connected quickly. Pizza delivery. Please, open the door. It seemed that the person who had ordered wanted to give her children at home for a late-night snack while working overtime at work. I'm working outside right now. Our apartment is divided into A, B section, and A2, B2 section. I think you went to the wrong apartment. People often get confused. The A2 and B2 buildings will be demolished soon, so no one lives there right now. When I heard that no one lives in building A2 and B2, the TV sound heard beyond the door and upstairs suddenly stopped. When I see other scary stories, usually the TV sound would have become louder, or something would have run down from upstairs, but I just could feel the cold coming up my ankle at the same time as the sound was cut off. I said okay and hung up the phone and came down the stairs with a flashlight on my cell phone. It was only the second floor, but the cold came up to my back neck as I was going down, and surprisingly, disappeared as soon as I came outside. When I came outside and looked up, all the lights in the building were turned off. I mean, the lights of 201 and 301 were literally turned on at first. I wanted to go back right away, but I had to complete the delivery anyway, so I walked around the building for a long time and finally found Building B. The apartment's lobby was lit up and seemed that people were living it there. And when I knocked on the door at 201, a grandmother and 2 children opened the door right away and took the pizza. Because I left my motorcycle there, I had to pass in front of Building A2 again. But there was only silence, as if nothing had happened. What were the answers, TV, and laughter that I heard in Building A2? Sometimes I get goosebumps when I think of that day, even now.
Yep.
This is what my aunt actually went through. My aunt, who lived alone at the time, came home from her morning appointment and suddenly heard a rattling sound in the kitchen. The sound was too loud, so thinking that a burglar had entered, she immediately took out the golf club from the shoe closet and headed quietly to the kitchen. She then saw a draining board that put the plates and a cabinet on the sink, but there was something else. An old lady with a black face was hanging from a cabinet and smiling. Not just a normal smile, but she was shaking the cabinet as if she were like mad. My aunt was so surprised at the moment that she just stared at the old lady with her mouth open. Then she ran to the living room to call the police, thinking that a stranger had broken in. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the kitchen. When she went back to the kitchen to see what's happening, both the cabinet and the draining board were collapsed, and the old lady vanished into thin air. However, the story doesn't end here. A few days later, there was an incident that an old lady who lived in the next apartment hung herself on a drying rack while suffering from depression. My aunt eventually moved out after that. This happened to me not too long ago. One day, I was so tired that I couldn't even think of turning off the light and fell asleep. And I ended up getting sleep paralysis. Suddenly, the light started flickering as it turned off and on. I wondered what was going on, but soon decided not to open my eyes because I was scared for some reason. However, the speed of flickering began to increase, and I couldn't resist the curiosity, so I finally opened my eyes. And in front of me, I could see a woman staring at my face, tilting her head on both sides. As her face tilted, the light was hidden from my view and repeatedly seen again. The moment I bumped into her eyes, I fainted, and it was morning when I opened my eyes again.
Oh no, oh no.
It's been about 10 years.
Man, there would've been
I was in my early 20s and I went on a trip to the countryside with my girlfriend for vacation at that time. I don't remember exactly how many days we went around, but what I experienced at the motel on the first day is still memorable. My girlfriend and I arrived at the bus terminal without any plans.
Sometime, yeah.
The sun was going down already, and we were tired, so we decided to stay at a motel near the terminal as soon as we got off the bus. I think the problem was that we entered anywhere nearby without considering the location. After having a good time with my girlfriend, I fell asleep deeply, and suddenly my eyes opened for no reason. For your information, I tend to fall asleep very deeply when I fall asleep, so I don't wake up unless someone shakes me. But my girlfriend, who was sleeping next to me, tossed and turned, and I ended up waking up slightly because of her movement.
I've never heard
I opened my eyes slightly and watched my girlfriend turn around by the bed and go to the bathroom. And at that moment, I saw a black shadow following her. It wasn't a shadow of my girlfriend, but it was a black shadow with hands and feet moving separately. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, but it was just like a human being. I didn't believe in ghosts and strange phenomenon without scientific evidence, but I definitely thought something was wrong. When I woke up, I jumped out of bed and ran to the bathroom where my girlfriend went in. I tried to open it, but the door wasn't open. And then I heard a middle-aged man laughing inside. I remember clearly because I wasn't drunk and I was already awake, certainly. Turning the locked door handle, I shouted my girlfriend's name. "Babe, open the door!" But no sound was heard from the inside and the door was not open. I still can't remember whether the next scene is a dream or a reality. When I pushed the door with my shoulder, the door finally opened. But she was not there, and the bathroom was empty. I thought for a long time about what happened and came back to bed in order to get back my senses. I almost fainted when I saw it. My girlfriend was standing on the bed, smiling fiercely at me. I've been dating her for almost 2 years, but I've never seen that creepy smile before. I don't remember exactly whether she opened her eyes or not. I just grabbed her by the shoulder and shook her, but she slipped back to sleep. I couldn't fall asleep that day, and I waited until dawn with my open eyes. I woke my girlfriend up as soon as the morning came and escaped from the motel hurriedly. When I went out of the motel and asked her if she remembered what happened yesterday, but she didn't seem to know anything. I didn't say anything to her either because I thought she'd be scared if I told her about it in detail. This is all my story. But now, 10 years later, I suddenly remembered this incident and searched the motel. And turns out there have been several murders and suicides over the decades. The media didn't put the name of the place directly, but I'm sure that the place is right after reading several reviews of the accommodation. Of course, I still don't believe in psychic phenomena. But after that day, I stopped going to the motel again.
My name is Hazel, and I live in Canada. I am 26 years old now, but this happened to me 13 years ago. Whenever my mom goes to markets to buy some groceries, she would always get me toys from around there, since I really loved dolls a lot that time. One day, she went to a toy store with me as usual. When Mom entered the store, she realized that the store was in bad condition. The wallpaper on the wall was green and really dirty, and the lights were dull and flickering. But I didn't care, as I was so excited that I didn't even notice the condition of the store. There was a shopkeeper, and Mom told me to stay right next to her and choose a doll quickly. I was confused, but soon agreed, and after I finally picked a doll, we went to the counter to purchase it. When she was taking the money out of her bag, then I noticed the shopkeeper was glancing at me with a weird look. His face looked like he didn't wash it, and his outfit was a black shirt with stains on it. Being scared, I grabbed my mom's sweater tight. I don't remember much, but when I was about to leave the store, I was behind my mom. And as I was about to step out of the store, I felt like something touched me on my back roughly. As soon as I looked back, I saw that shopkeeper was looking at me. Screaming, I ran towards my mom and hid behind her. She also knew something was wrong, so she ran out of that place to avoid him. However, he even got out of the store and started following us to the market. Mom ended up deciding to call the cops as I got too scared of him. When the cops finally arrived, we explained them everything. They went to that market searching for the toy store and eventually caught him near the store. After investigating him, they informed us that they found out he has killed more than 17 innocent children who came to the store without their parents. When we heard from them, we were so scared that we were about to fall down. What would happen if I didn't run to my mom at that time? I would have been the next kid to die.
My name is Adam, and I was about 17 years old when this incident happened. So, back in 2015, 2 of my friends and I went to Disneyland in California. We were there until 11 p.m., and all of us were too tired to drive home in my friend Jay's minivan, so we ended up staying at a hotel. However, our budget was kind of tight to stay at a nice hotel, so we settled at a small 2-story brown hotel. As soon as we walked in, it was very dark inside, and I could see the front desk light was on. The short guy at the front desk seemed to be in his 30s and had a very friendly smile. He said to us that we were the only customers he had seen all day, and then we paid him $30 for the room. We could choose any room we wanted since there were no other people staying there, so we picked room 7 on the 2nd floor. When we walked into the room, Jay jumped on the bed and fell asleep right away. There was one bed and a couch left, so we argued over who was going to have a bed. Rudy was especially scared about the Yelp app review that lots of people heard large rats in the vents. So I ended up lying on a large, stiff red couch right above this large vent. The vent was large enough and it was close enough to the ground to crawl in there. I was joking with Rudy that the rats are going to come through the vent and eat him alive, and this made him on edge, but he finally fell asleep. Around 1 a.m. when I finally went to sleep, I suddenly awoke to a bump sound in the vent. I looked around the room to see if all the suitcases were open, but both Jay and Rudy were asleep, so I was pretty spooked out at that time. No rat could do this, I thought to myself. Just then, something caught my eyes, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The man's face was staring at me through the vent. I quickly grabbed my phone and turned the flashlight on to see the man's whole face. He had a few teeth missing and strands of hair had fallen out from the side of his head. He then slowly opened the vent and said like this, "Please, don't scream. She won't like it." I yelled, and Jay and Rudy both awoke in fear. And just then, the man got out and tried to grab me as all of them ran out of the room. We all ran down to the front desk and called the police. A few minutes later, the police arrived. When they entered the room, no one was there, so they decided to check inside the vents. To my surprise, they found him in the corner of the vent with blankets and food as if he'd been living in there for a long time. They ended up pulling him out and arrested him, For a week, I was still in shock from what had happened. But the other day, in the morning, one of the officers called me and told me about him. He escaped from the mental hospital 4 months ago and murdered his mother and grandmother. It is said that the bodies had been badly dismembered. He also had a kitchen knife in his pocket when they arrested him. They sent him back to the county jail, and I heard nothing else from the officer after that. To this day, I still wonder what would have happened to me and my friends if I just ignored the sound from the vent that night.
I was 14 years old at the time when this happened. Where I lived was right next to the forest, and of course, the children weren't supposed to go inside. However, me and my friends usually would sneak in to play hide and seek. That day was peaceful and calm as usual, as if nothing could go wrong. I'm going to cut to the chase for those of you who are curious. It was March 13th, and I had just gotten back from school to play in the woods. However, me and a few of my friends in our neighborhood decided to find a different route. As a result, as we got further in, we started to get lost. When we started to look around for the way to go back, we found an axe lodged in the tree with blood handprints on its handle. Furthermore, we then found a dead body lying in the creek as we passed by, which led us to panic. To our surprise, the body was of the guard in our neighborhood, who usually looked around for teenagers who were sneaking out after curfew. It was horrible to see that his back was wide ripped. Being scared of the dead body, Charles, one of my friends, urged us to go on a different path and ended up going on his way with another friend, Luke. While we were going around in circles, we suddenly heard Luke's scream. Then I saw him running back towards us as 3 bullets pierced the air and shot him in the back and the head. Then a man came out from the shadows with Charles's body in his hand. I could see him munching on the insides of his brain. Terrified, the rest of us started to run as fast as we could, not even daring to look back. Just then, another friend, Jamie, who was running beside me, got caught in a net trap. I stopped and tried untying the net to free him. However, I had no choice but to run when I saw the man coming towards me. The other friends had already run further than I had, so I was on my own eventually. From nowhere, something hit my head and I could realize that it was Jamie's foot. I ran away from there like an arrow. Finally came back to the neighborhood and went into my house. After I told my parents about the whole story, my mom called the police and they came to arrest the man in the forest. Fortunately, he was found in the forest and arrested immediately. It turned out that he was a cannibal and strongly obsessed with the Silence of the Lambs movies. And he was a beef supplier for lots of fast food restaurants. He was finally sentenced to death for murdering a large number of people in the last 10 years. From this horrible experience, I ended up becoming a vegan and never eat any kind of meat again.
Become a vegan anyway. Now this Jay here. Hold on. You not finna, you finna let him get away with that one. He made that story up, bro. If that's a true story, he made it up. That was his excuse to become a vegan. We legit would have heard about that one. This nigga was on X game mode. I'm telling you, bro. If the man was a beef supplier for fast food restaurants, it would have been on the news, bro. It would have been somewhere. Legitly, bro, would have been somewhere. Like, I don't know, man. He ain't even let her get away. He ain't getting away with them. He just want to be a vegan, bro. He could have just, he could have just said that. This nigga, he in creative mode. That's all.
was attacked by a monster in a lake. I won't tell you the country and area I live in. When I was 21, my friends and I decided to check out the big lake nearby. The three of us got to the lake. It was a beautiful sight. This lake is not that popular since it's not a famous tourist site. Naturally, the lake has not seen that many visitors. We decided to fish there. It's originally banned to fish there, but we thought we wouldn't get caught anyways. We settled down with our fishing rods. We caught much fish, continuing to catch one big fish after another. Meanwhile, I could feel something strong tugging my rod. This is a gigantic fish, I thought, pulling with all my might, but it wouldn't come out of the water, so I thought my rod was stuck under a rock. It wouldn't even budge, so I thought, damn, it got stuck under a rock, and tried to shake the rod left and right to get it out of there. It was that moment. Suddenly, an enormous force sucked my rod in and ended up falling into the water from the strength. It happened so fast that I couldn't even let go. All my friends laughed at me after I fell into the water, but the fishing rod was sucked into the water in the blink of an eye. All of us were surprised by that. It was as if a giant fish with great strength, maybe like a shark, was living in this lake. I was frightened and tried to swim my way out. And at that moment, I stepped on something big. It was not the ground, it was moving. I could instinctively feel from the touch. It was a giant being. But there can't be a giant fish like a shark in a lake. I was absolutely terrified, and I swam toward the land to get out of the water. My friends also shouted to come quickly, and I saw their faces were suddenly seized with fear. I witnessed a massive shadow over the water in front of me. A gigantic monster jumped out of the water right in front of me. It was a monster, not a fish. How should I describe it? I didn't get to give a good look during that urgent situation. But the feeling that I got at that brief moment was that it looked like a dinosaur. It didn't eat me, fortunately. I frantically swam out of the water, and when I stepped on the land, it tried to attack me from my back, but I managed to kick it at its mouth. It went back into the water after that. Even at a glance, it was gigantic, like the size of a whale. I barely stepped onto the land and fell to the ground with my friends shrieking. I couldn't feel my legs, and my whole body was shaking. I saw the giant shadow slowly disappearing into the water. My friends and I stared at the water for a while. Then, we immediately packed and drove back home at a high speed. We reported it to the police, but they thought we were pulling a prank. The lake was too big and deep, so it would be difficult to properly search for it too. Since that day, we never even went back near that lake ever again. I was traumatized from the incident and quit doing the thing I used to love, fishing. I can't even go into the water anymore. What was that I saw back then? Was it just a gigantic fish? Or was it some other life form that we don't know of? I still cannot forget the fear of that day.
This happened back in 2012 when I was still attending college. Me and a few friends of mine opted to band together and rent out a one-bedroom apartment near the campus. We were a bunch of party animals back then, and we wanted our own place, so we could indulge in that lifestyle without worrying about our parents or the school's administration. The apartment complex was located in a rather unsavory part of town. The cops were called out there at least once a week to break up fights or to respond to reports of break-ins. All we ever did there was shower and sleep. Having to overhear domestic disputes and arguing through the walls was just part of the deal. One night my roommates went to a party while I stayed behind to study for an upcoming exam. Aside from some Tupac playing somewhere in the upper levels, things were pretty quiet. It was around 11 p.m. when I heard a strange sound coming from the hallway outside the front door. It sounded like a large metal object being dragged across the concrete floor. Like a long way out. It was around Tupac playing somewhere in the upper levels. Things were pretty quiet. It was around in the upper level. Sleep. Having to overhear domestic disputes and arguing through the walls was just part of the deal. One night my roommates went to a party while I stayed behind to study for an upcoming exam. Aside from some Tupac playing somewhere in the upper levels, things were pretty quiet. It was around 11 p.m. when I heard a strange sound coming from the hallway outside the front door. It sounded like a large metal object being dragged across the concrete floor. There was also a muffled noise, like someone was saying something, although I couldn't quite make out any words. This went on for about 10 minutes, before there came a loud smashing sound. It was at this point that I got up and made my way over to the peephole. At first I didn't see anything, so I just waited to see if anyone would pass by my door. About a minute later, a figure came into view and stood between my door and the door opposite. It was a Caucasian male. Now I will list 3 things that instantly made every alarm bell in my head go off. The man wasn't wearing a shirt and was completely drenched in sweat. There was a large axe in the man's right hand that he was dragging behind him. And last but not least, this deranged individual had on a black leather gas mask that completely hid his face. I was awestruck. This is the kind of thing that you see in low-budget horror movies. This kind of shit doesn't happen in real life. It was a complete shock to the system. As if reading my mind, a creepy, muffled voice then began singing.
Come with me, Hail Mary, run quick, see. What do we have here now? Do you wanna ride or die? La da 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 la la la.
I'm telling you, bro.
As soon as the man finished the verse, he lifted his left leg and heaved the axe into my door. The movement was so fast, it caused me to topple backward. As soon as I scrambled to my feet, I heard another voice from further down the hallway.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing?
I rushed back to the peephole. The masked man was now gone. To the left of my front door was a fire escape, where he was able to make a quick getaway. I then saw the apartment security guard step into view with his taser drawn.
Hey, do you want me to call the police?
I shouted through the door.
Yeah, if you don't mind. I'm going back outside to cut him off.
I immediately called the police and explained the situation to them. Unfortunately, the masked man managed to evade both the security guard and the police. The complex was surrounded by a small forest, and there was just too many ways for him to escape. After the lease was up, I moved out of that hellhole. A lunatic pacing up and down the hallway outside my door, wearing a gas mask and dragging an axe behind him, while singing a creepy-ass rendition of a Tupac song, was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was a terrifying experience, but I can look back on it now and laugh. I hope you've enjoyed my story, and stay safe out there, guys.
This happened with me when I was 10 years old. Every evening around 6 o'clock, my friends and I would play in the park near our building. This was our everyday routine, and I was the one who called everyone to play. I would knock at each of my 5 friends' apartments. It was not much work as we lived in the same apartment building. One time, I went to call my friend. We will call her Abby for now. Abby and I were very close, and we loved sharing everything with each other. Lately, Abby had been having nightmares. When she would wake up, she would not remember the nightmares. This was odd, I know, but Abby didn't like talking about it, so I didn't ask her many questions. I knocked on Abby's door. She opened the door and had a scared look on her face. I asked her if something was wrong, and she just said that she had another nightmare when she took a nap. Curious, I asked her if she remembered it, and surprisingly, this time she did. She told me that she had dreamt of a woman with a hammer in her hand, staring at her, looking right into her eyes. The woman had a creepy smirk on her face with blood on her white dress. The hammer was pointed at Abby, and the woman was standing in a park with swings and flowers. Abby then started crying and said that she didn't like having nightmares and that she wanted to change the situation. I comforted Abby and asked her to come play, as it would distract her for a while. I also asked her to tell this to her parents, but Abby said it probably wasn't a big deal and that she's fine. We went to the park and played games, played on the swings and the slides. It was around 7 and it was dark, so Abby, my other friends, and I decided to leave the park. As we were walking towards the exit, a woman in a white dress appeared in front of us. She had a smirk on her face, which discomforted me, and the worst part, she was carrying a hammer, and her dress was covered in blood. My friends and I stood there in shock and fear. Abby looked at me. It was the lady from her dream. She was here. Abby's dream was not a dream. It was a vision. We rushed to the exit of the park as fast as we could. The lady with the hammer chased us to the exit, crawling on our hands and feet. But when we entered the apartment, she just disappeared into thin air. We went home and told our parents, but they did not believe us. Abby and I lost touch after this, but because I was concerned, I told her parents about the incident and how Abby had a nightmare about it too. They didn't believe me at first, but then they saw the terrified look on my face and they understood. They called the cops, and the cops did a thorough investigation in the park and took all of our statements. I was grateful that no one was harmed by the lady. The cops found no sign of the lady, and the worst part is that when the cops checked the camera footage of the park of that night, the woman was not visible. The camera didn't capture her. All the camera showed was my friends and I running as fast as we could after standing still for a moment. The cops then thought that we were just wasting their time and stopped the investigation. I'm 16 now, and my friends and Abby can still swear about what happened that day. We all saw the lady in the white dress. To this day, I am terrified of the incident that happened. Renter Horror Story. My name is Samantha, and I'm 16 years old. And today, I'm about to share my one and only, also the creepiest incident of my life. So this is what happened. It was Friday night and I was having dinner with my family, and we were planning about going somewhere since it was a weekend. After some discussion, we decided to go to my grandma's house, but because of a certain reason, I was not really happy. The reason was obviously not my grandma, but it was our house. So at this point, you must think that it's something about ghosts, but it's not about them. It was just that my grandma was letting someone rent at the top floor of our house. And why? I have no idea. The renter was in his mid-40s or 50s and would repeat clothes thrice a week and always smelled like beer. You see, my grandma is like a really kind person who thinks good for everyone, but however, the renter was not really nice. He would always complain to my grandma about how much me and my brother make noise, and that it's not letting them sleep. Like literally he would complain that even when it was daytime, and was no sign of sleeping. I told my grandma about how annoying he was, but she would say it would be rude. I wonder, why did she let him in at the first place? But I also wanted to see my grandma, so I agreed. The next day we set off to my grandma's house, and she was at the gate welcoming us, but unfortunately, she wasn't the only one. The renter was standing at his window giving a disgusted look on our family, but I was just so habitual of that look that I just ignored him. Grandma had baked her special muffins for us, and I don't know how, but every single grandma likes to bake stuff. Like, you must have heard this line in every single grandma story. Me and my brother ate them as if they were just one piece in the whole world. After we were done with eating, the elders kept on talking, and my brother pulled me outside and told me to play with him. As an older sister, I couldn't deny, so he suggested to play hide and seek, and I agreed since I'm also a huge fan of hide and seek. So of course I was elder, and I was the sinner. Stupid kid rules. Anyways, I counted till 50 and started searching for my brother. Oh, also, did I mention my brother's name? It is Tim, though. I searched around the bushes in the backyard, but I couldn't find him. Then I searched the entire house, but he wasn't there either. Now I was starting to get worried. And then suddenly a thought popped in my mind. What if he is in the renter's house? I got worried because, as I told you, the relationship of me and the renter is not so good. I thought that I can deal with it alone since I was 16. So I gathered some courage and went upstairs. I don't know why, but I didn't want to ring the doorbell because I didn't want to see the renter. Luckily, the door was open. I stepped in and the first thing I sniffed was beer and something rotten. I didn't feel right, but I had to find my brother. As soon as I took a glance around the room...
Yo, chat, I'm finna have to go, but the meeting is actually finna start. And I'm gonna start the stream up right after the meeting, and we're gonna be on some Roblox scary games. But I appreciate you guys. Huh? Come 8:30 in the morning. Oh, that what time we get out? When we leave the meeting? Oh, I ain't know that. I never did, to be honest. I always just guess. But be right back after these messages. I appreciate you guys sticking with me, but we'll be right back, like I said. And catch you guys later. Catch you then. All right, yo. I'm finna dip. I'll catch you later. All right, Colin.